help us. And now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom. And deliver us, deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
And then Friday, baby, I will be a mature say today, Fiara Yamagana for Aquaba. And the bandit 100.3 Jumedia friend Ghana Montier. And the date no check and 10th April the year 2026. And we give thanks to the Almighty God for such a wonderful movement. And the Petroleum granting. Yankopa Boyan by Yakwakoda, sorry. Yamukra, you money as a Kuto de Sia de Mano. Aye, you need to Mikuto, Nesia de Man, Radia Becasia, that was you. Media said, Evangelist King David and Kayabua. One more Eddie Rise and Shine to Media Bray and now Bishia. The Mojoja powered by me, official fashion designer, your friend, Dr. Fashion. Reverend Fabian and Okenchi, no that Zion River Chapel. Woman and Eddie Mojoja, one more sweaty brain, one more day, yes, Mojana Petitquem. Yebreni, Yeba to us, and Samako do a course for your my Ganamo. Enra emergency cabinet meeting, a course. Nina say from go born baby and an amano. I bind and ya bind it there. And then take cabinet aquacushia. Woman take a decision on my penya director say a tuobia editor at your farm go no sono. South to on the enteteso. Into a tour bang and I bind it in the Sabeka. One sitting here beginning in everyone. A two winning and someone and ne anope yabachan yadun come on. And the weekly retrospect in our chimunano. And some akodo akoso. And some SCA, Bebacho Bon come on. Ebonusi and Medobeko Peace 104.3, Cassiabody, the Edican Crania, dear bro. Saranson and San Anusian Beboni Wabe for the Taman Soho. The trending story from the various online portals. Name Council Jumedi, a live with Big J Online Radio. A one Santi Jabe. Big J Online Radio. Sarana, a hot guitar online. .com or the guitar online radio ni nyina UK Jumedi ni live ho omo nyina etwagum na me kaumpo ya was solid interviews as usual ya de bebro immediately after the news ya the news ni bro wia ya betena sen samakodo a ya de begu ofom na me bacho de fie te sen wo kwa adwuma be ma waja bibi kakra to de me bacho ya wasade so we ya be ma warefo woni oba na eti ahwe ni yie ne wamfa wani anto wo yire sika so da Bema, all the responsibility, Jema, all the responsibilities at home. Bebacho Bema, I said here. Say, when we yet now when we yet be chimpe, and now what do we need air quarter with Yidisicaso? It's how the media bomb a bra, me worry for 10 years, and one I made a bomb a bra. The worry for 10 years. Man family and told me Yidisika so that Debiano say, oh no, nya bibi, no the beboamea, not than the bono, said the Amari. I told about to say, no more than which when you baby in chat. One day, be to him say, yeah, or no one who said, no, Charlie Maswai. For one who could you 2,000 be say, I Jason when the moon say, was why I say. I mean, depending, may you now or your papa. Many a time, not almost can crowns one sound muchly. On some muchly and can't show say, must have been about 2,000 more man somewhere, and Munyas Adiano. On Yaka cried the one who could no Casa and I would make a and yet, I want a cacra de Abu Ukunu, Beme, so why when it was so responsible? Kakra bana de beba na no so eh modiamo Abema no kura wo mu ne se mesre wo pese wasom dwo a yiri sika de mefo ani nto so e bia bompa na ye adwuma de ne menye kwadwofo na me dia mimi ne se wonye kwadwuni wonye kwadwofo na se de biara da no sore na wo kɔ bank kakra na wo ye responsible obi anka se menji wani oji wani but you try to be responsible within your domain nyame be shira obema because nyankopon e di to me bi di amai o say we are the head of the family eninti nyankopon sa no obema imu ahoden na yetimi di adi abusuan ani mo ai emema ya biro nyame oho nyame be hwe because there be a person abusuan ani nye there be a person abusuan ani nye okay Etiana, Mr. Oba, se wukunu enye bi anto ho a mema obumfo se da bi oye. Eso no be mani bi ho a o ma hyeda. Ono de obeya onfiu, na emo wukunu wa wani tu ase da bi oye na ne. Ase anse da nkogie sa mema obumfo ba. Appreciate your husband. That is here. So will be afa boa no. Boa na de boa no memfa nkonko ye kadan. Enye papa. Beba chonkoda no so wani tu ase enche womba baby school mo boa mo ho mo amomako eye suku apapa a womko ankurankura school mu betu school fees ye no so aye mako aban school no ye so ye boa ho se books bi ne ye beto a ne ato ne de amanko den etempa choka na hye ne so wa enche koda no mba baby school ebi kran so de afi no mo ba be makwan ebi ko Easter break enti afi no mo so ba be makwan enti adaroma ma wani enkonkoda ne ho na hwe se wo school bags no baby school yi wo school school mpaboa school atade e hwe se normal kade a wo de beko school no bia beda na kwa mu kama mema ebrini no ansa ba yese beto shaase boaboa ho free sabri shaase boaboa ho free sabri amoma koda ne so ani nyi wo fie o na wo man hyemo akwada bia no opa ne maame chew ana opa ne papa chew se fame bra wa na ukoji weni e na ade akwada ne bae tima naninye na oye innocent child beba chome da se wachima fidie na ade to neat 100.9 Anope ya dia sedane ma peacefmonline.com, cdnewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, check out ghana.com, starfmgh, classfmonline.com, any other relevant news portals including hotdigitalonline.com. Woman the boy abe fonte tawma so yede sabakodo yede bre with neat 100.9. Beba choya for ajo nchire 0201162746 0201162746. And some of this saying, and I no pay. Government orders removal of fuel taxes to ease pump price hikes. Government has announced plans to remove some taxes and margins on fuel in a bid to ease rising pump prices and cushion consumers against external shocks. I was saying, say, and Tokwa, US in Iran, Kobaye. Your form gonna kosoro. Aban se a two be a dedaso no. Aban no control was no. Aban de ne se ba beka. No way ye free ho. Said your boni betimi aba from na ma ye ho han. Weni aje. Bon se ma aban no. One city munyi free ho. Say one city now to gallon be a 4 city 50 pesos no. Yes. Be ye free. Okay. You're going. Government orders deployment of metro mass buses to cushion commuters amid fuel price hike. The government has directed the immediate deployment of newly acquired metro mass transit buses across major routes to ease transportation challenges following the recent surge in fuel prices. Yenoma yefo trotro, yenoma yefo commercial vehicles. Yate dene. And they say abandon the metro mass buses to frubi kurabe monochiao. Omo de ba be gu kwan so. It also around machi a obenya aban ba ase ibiafo. Some akasa transportation system na say aban no boa. Ankra ye bi. But aban na mboa ade a ebe ha ye. Okwa aman a wo mo ye sebe, wo mo ye serious na aban na airboat transportation system na nunti na obetwe ya ofre onua bi o US so chale mete bus me te o de me kofo bus on ka se me tu me card o se me kofo bus because transportation system ni ye adwuma ye enom ne age me enom ne ade na o motete bus bus e wo ho na ya lolo etimi be ye na adwuma ye anka ye nyina no enya ade obi ko adwuma kro be fa car obi e tu ni car na o de aba kurom na kurom ache because transportation system papa bi anje de no trotro driver na mu no bobo usu gwe wa na ne trotro no so tantantan so brake light in adwuma na reflective we bia ni ho na o de nam so de ase emu no so aye tantantan so ogiska okofo na ete watade enti hwan no osai inconvenience we obeso obewrem ba your transportation system cars na ye kama amafo be park wo cars na ya join eye government commercial vehicles no na no atimi aboa enti metro mass ye be yenhwe ni yie na ye koye ne se na anu die ni bi yenhwe buses ni yie na entimi ma be boa yen na ye koba ye be ka ho asempa 9 died 2 missing after boat capsizes on Volta Lake. Oh, Arewusem. At least 9 people have died and 2 others are missing following a boat accident on the Volta Lake in East Gonja district. Oh. Ayasemo. Bepacho nipa nkono ne yese o mato anana no monse do. Ehwe se end that from kra. Nipa mienu kra de o mo hwe mo mu homo. Aye kodo bi a subonto bi ekoda ne ye ewo East Gonja ho. Oh, black voter no so. In fact, Arewusem. Deny Toyota Voxy roadworthy renewals. Analyst tells DVLA. A transportation analyst, Elvis Shre Giabo, has backed the National Road Safety Authority's directive to ban the commercial use of Toyota Voxy vehicles, adding that enforcement should be anchored on the denial of roadworthiness renewals by the Driver and Vehicle License Authority. Ghana ha cars bebrebe a eba hey emododo na ebi wo ha ye change ebeba na wo right na change ye sha se enye ne and Toyota Voxy di ya bai ye say cars no enya kwanhia but my question is say Toyota Voxy bi enya kwanhia me ya twetwe mahu say eye ne steering wheel bi na ebu ye dade bi na ebu wo ho ana enya driver for na enya driver for adwinwu ye driver for ya nya wo ma ya hu se Toyota Voxy bi nya akwanhia dade bi ebu ase enu nti ena akwanhia ne baaye. Okay, anyway, nti dia beto no no say ya ntum se Toyota Voxy ne kwa de nti se man be o man bi yo ya da se dem peacefmonline.com cdnewsroom.com myjoyonline.com check out ghana.com starfm.gh classfmonline.com womadaroma ene ya dia be for town man so yi ya de bro won di 100.9 how they get online radio ya da ma se ma dia tu how they get online.com and also omoboae afi yankoi na akosu eto na matena se ide yankoi ni makos ma che
meje so Mark Jerry
how to say
nyame na dum na wo so e
nyame adom boko o de ache pa o de ache great
Mark Jerry mi so bolo no mi gusu
weekend day
mi gusu ai
we akodi Easter na ba nti weekend day we nipa no wo pe bi agu fi a beto enye se onya yi nko na ba beto so bolo
bi tonenum na nya
pom de na e kama so bolo e fine
eti wo pe bi a
0543
42 8174
0543 42
8174
o friends we so bolo nkom
come on kwa
that's all
abusiafo yankwen abusiafo yakwa enim dia na acha se de obokrata baja so we ni e patupa na yewia na yakofa no nsia kase no ede abramu ye ba na yetena se ebedo won suko ede amawa abusiafo mama sha se enfi daily graphic de obokrata no anim ase eno ode onumanyamfo Felix kwachi ofosu eno ena wo kase aban no de niema egu akwam se de be betimi aboa na afango ya ne bo no huria na ehuri ekosoro no ebetimi aboa manager nanso afensusom asentuade bo no a ahya ase epegepege nimu no wo mo ebehwe ayehu ebibi se de be betimi agina dada no a afetuo bi mu edada so no wo mbehwe ayi bi nso ade afiriso a ebetimi aboa mafango bo atimi abafom na afe adehye nso a yenso yefa ehyen no yenso yehu ebetimi atoyan Daily Graphic Democrat and Anope or Bonhu Amanie. Nabusiafo Graphic Democrat and when you must say and Wobamanie. Amanebono or the Ora Patrick Apia Mensa, one of your managing director, Mahid Goldfield Limited, and almost say or more etimi abwa a secure $2.3 billion US dealer. Wamudibabera Bogosu Prisiama enim ya say Graphic Democrat and Anope wada hu amanebo aba busia for Graphic Democrat enimu enemy wo eno obo amane eno wose fisheries minister eno wa sanction eye Fungian Farms eno eye dwumadie bi omo ye ni nyina wose over sanitary breaches emra bi anase nhye bi e de ma omo endi so no ehon nsem so e wa ase ya guide Graphic Democrat no e de ho amanebo aba abusiafo yembo ramu e wo the Ghanaian Times Democrat and when him say and wo bo amane no na wo say sisi ano je transport operators and wo ma reject Toyota Voxy band no a just National Road Safety Authority omode ehon amanebo e de aba se sisi ane de omode so omukrampo de omse mmara no wo ho deda se omai we mu no eni se wo kokrakra bi e de afrie amanone na ade aba na nim se baabi anka yesi ane wo Ghana kwa magere yesi ane ye won ye de ne e wo left ena ya anomfo bi nso abrofo no de bi wo UK no okay enti se wo ye we mean can say transfer pollination na say we there wo transfer e de akọ ha no baabi a transfer wo omoso Ghana mra etianti no sisi ane de omo de so atoso na no na transport operators apu we na de asem na wo ka no ye no ye ntwe ma okra ze sen ade we ye fi ye ne ene na wo beti yaka ho asem enti eno na omo se omo hia stakeholders engagement omo ni omo ntrase na omo ni nkomo se de be ye betimi aboa masundwe aba ya the Ghanaian Times Democrat ade ho ama ne bo ede aba na Times Democrat ano ena obo ama ne no NPRA ena omo de niam egu akom se de be ya pension defaulters no omo betimi ahwe no mo hwe omo akira kwa no matimi a recover sika beye 27 million Ghana cedis ya Times Democrat ade ho ama ne bo aba na asofofuo ni bia kyese ya na unhyeda hu kwanya nyakopon fa so kasa kire wo mo na ya nyame kasa kire wo nsusu ada ya na minim de brain o gigabyte no nsusu ya na minim baabi ya na eda ebi mu de anya kura kwabrane timi hye nko be wuhyew meka se kwasa asem na waka kire wo no krampo no se wunya wu ye kura automatically wo win in advance net something timi hye nkom hye bi panam se oh edi baabi ya na mo kom hye ni bia no wo hye dodo wo so wan hwe ya and kasi de ka besia peche wo no tu gina wo kra na wo be di kwedidi na nim so wo be wu amaka peche wo enti ahwe a wo mpie o because wo nim so wo pie ya na wo be fro ka be peche wo se enkom ni bi anu odin na eno na yese sofo bi akokko hye nkom ese Ghana man panyi abedi ekire obeto nanom ewo ense do nyankopɔ ayi a kire no eno makoso no pa achi o hye nkom a na no ayi Mageri office o mu bie ye no no ese da so ho
I was a free anchor office no
e da so ho
oh pa
enti hadn't na wan kon kan
mo bo adwuma no
enti prophet for no aya na mu rafi say
o so nkom say
vice president be wu
ai Eto amakofa no.
Oh, amakofa no kra.
Okay.
Wo amakofa no kra so o mra no be hwehwemu. Threat what the threat ato eye vice president so. Enti ni nyina no eye threat. Omo say death threat. Enti said ye wasi ahye nkom no ampeke. Enti amakofa no. Me ba so asofo ni adifo nkae no mo amaba no. Papa no ne office no wo ho ntu hia bia me ka mo fa nkoto nanim na wo ho na wo hye Ghanaian Times Democrat anu anim ho se ya na obo amane ode A+ mfonyini aba ha se onmunyamfo Kwame Asare Oben enu osi Gomua Central Wamu eba bebua pa gomua first no. Oh, nisi ande. So me ama gomua aye bia ye be tourism hub. Nti nisi ande ope baabi awura pa. Akosho wani so ade a ebe kakra no. Gomua beji baabi afa so. Yes, at times the worker at so ede ho amanebo aba. Abusuafo mami monra mu awa the Ghanaian point. The Ghanaian point the worker at no ni ho say na wodi engineers and planners wo mo CEO Onumunyamfo Ibrahim Amanfo nyine aba osoafo nso ohwe nsase ene obo ade ne pa wode adomye Onumunyamfo Emmanuel Amakofibu anfo nyine so eda ha na eno na engineers and planners ENP wo mo so omode to dama mine say wo ma be take over ne say we no a new opportunity ahead obi adwuma bi enu abeyira enti say ya o say bia ye be pamo ne yakwakosesa nipa foforo aba begumu a eno ensi because ebi mu ka say oh ye hu bia jai take over ba pen mu nyina ye be ho mu nyina wasi da bi mu amwo da mama no mu kama koma entum yam ya the Ghanaian point the work rata na no pe wodo ho ama ne bo aba MPP amanyokuo no ana omde niam foforo aba wo mu ko register wo online no yesi bidia no amantimi an verify nti abu akam nti wo mu de hyehyɛ aba nti eba sa no a abato no police station election no undimi nye bi because one undimi an verify nti wo mu de niam afofo hyehyɛ agu akwan mu ya to say the Ghanaian point the bokrata na de ho ama ne bo aba na anu ada Zambia mampanyi bepie mu ewo man konkro Ghana na oba no woni Zambia ho no wo mu ewo adwumakuo bi o mu soso eba waste management sector no a wo mu di ho omu ya ho ade pa na so omu bomodi wo mu pa ne no ena za kuo no a ono ewo Zambia no wo mu ni Zoom Lion aba beka bomu a wo matimi aboa no mu assign contract ebetimi aboa ma fe ye ball ansem no yebetimi adanda ani ya so se Ghanaian point the workrata ede ho amanebo aba na wo hwe time point the workrata no anim ho se ya ene wo bo amanebo no wode Akuapem North MP owura ana Onumunyamfo Sami awukumfo nyin aba ne no ena wo be question GMA ewo mrahye ni nyina eye vessel bi a ehonsem akoye bibi abusuafo ye be copy si akofa no nsia kase no edi Abraham Jerry OSEI Agyeman atenase
na achen abo no nsia peace 104.3 okay 101.7 need 100.9 your ship house wa Beka Junction Accra hello 101.5 FM so ewukumase edum na ensoma ya bo anu fie mamu ni amahodo so adebrem anopai enam radio stations be wo ha edusia so Ghana ne amanone ene ede ato peacefmonline.com peacefmonline.com ensoma adebrem anopai de edi mu akotire bi ene se mampani John Dramani Mahama hye asoafo a ewesikasem ene ojahone so se wo montrase enye hye se be ya etuo bi a ededa fam wo so de betimi ayi ama Ghana fo ho ha wo mo ewo bosome baako entem Public Interest and Accountability Committee chirese sika bi ho ananka esese yede kokoto Petroleum Holding Fund emu $561 million ezo ebesi na enyankoi ugusua ehwehwe bia seska no afa Osofo hwe manwe ensem so Onumunyamfo Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka so chirese Ghana ntrase ema obi ema meto yeso ento nhye yeso ema meye bonesa yeko amanone ensem so a America man na ka chire na de hia epese otukwan eko Nigeria se Nigeria eho enwo enti wo mo enwene ho mienu ansa na obeko ho a wako Kenya nso so say United Nations aye report bi afo mo empata domo a wode wo mo eko Haiti se wo mo nkonkobo ban no eho se wo mo ko makwa sese ema Kenya atwokrata de akwa Antonio Guterres ene ne mpanifo se sa report no egu Kenya nimu ase anokre bi asoso enimo afei yeko agudie mu ensemu a ene Ghana Premier League Adriana Stars ene Babiani Gold Stars ena enro asoso Europa League no matches a ekoso Bologna etrefi ema Aston Villa kokoshen ekamiensa oti emu back we ene afufuro bi nchiremu na no pay atransia yede ebremo na asirebia ewo mu no ena no pay yede ema enwumaku a edidi suwe Lawson Herbal Center woman na de Lawson Herbal Mixture abadwa so eboa ema odasani apomuden oba okwa ficha na asem aba uhia Lawson Herbal Center womadupa Lawson Herbal Mixture afei bind stain remover eno ena ota so a asene osinki mu asene ne ade nyina ebeyi afiri ho ama eho atenwan eno nti hye no so ma me say ye ka ban stay remove ade a na obesiesie ho ama efie ho atenwan o restaurant ho atenwan o hotel ho eho atekamade a na eye ban stain remover KK Paper Roofing eni o eho ne yaduro Ghana ase obobo edan so atiase pass ma bodan so ama ache ama onsoso de a na eye KK Paper Roofing eho na ade wani ekireye ma me fa onko First Atlantic Bank here. First Atlantic Bank say ye pese ani wunyini a ma wa akodu ba bi hu se afa de wa ye kese a broso ama wunyini kura enye yie biu isan se eno na eye ye ni suade hunu entini ye say First Atlantic Bank na refreshingly different. Na mamemfa nkonko wie ewo ensebi emudia na Ghana mampeni His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ashe da soafo mienu Dr. Kesel Atoba Forsen ena afei onmonyamfo John Jenapose sa soafo mienu entenase na wo monyan hyehe ehwe fam wo no a Ghana yeto no sani toma Ghana fo no eto bi edida so wono montenase nyan hyehe ehwe ba bia yi sa to no ebe yi se ba ya Ghana ebetimi enya ahoto kakra na de amasa asemi ya ba ense Ghana fo nyina nim se entokwa US ene Iran enafe Israel for ede aboani no ama ahokyera ba se Ghana fam ho no ne bo wo soro pa efa diesel say baby a ne bo no eda fam cry 17.5 for baby 17 cities 50 pesos ekro uko total se akra Ghana se dia 18 cities 60 pesos and 50 pesos ena womo eton nti ama fam wo bo no e wo soro pa eno enenra ebra wonum eye hwenhwen cabinet meeting no oso afa wo na hwe abankita wodi so munyamfo Felix kwache ofosu e da betu dwa se aban ye ne se san hyehyei e adwuma e bosome baako achi na wono besa atena se ebo nkonta hwe se ekoyie yente so ana se yama ne nyina ba bi egira no ana yensan fa sa to no ayiye no emra
about 20% of crude oil parcels pass through that street, and since the beginning of the conflict, there has been significant restriction. This has led to an increase in crude oil prices. It has led to an significant increase in insurance premiums and other such costs, and that is what has accounted for the increases you've seen in the last two pricing windows, despite the very stable economic environment you've had, which has cushioned Ghanaians significantly. So Cabinet believes that a number of steps need to be taken in order to avert any further fallouts. So the first directive that Cabinet has issued is that the finance and energy ministers should take immediate steps to reduce the price of fuel through the removal of some taxes and margins on fuel.
Onmonyamfo Felix kwache ofusu amfansoa wose eno echi omampani John Dramani Mahama saka che na so afo ne se nanum ho o hye se me ma obi afo akupon enti san hye no so ono mo hwe no mo mfa enya adwuma.
In addition to this, the President took the opportunity at the Cabinet meeting to remind all ministers and senior government officials and appointees to adhere strictly to his ban on fuel allowances and the allocation of fuel. And this applies to all ministers and senior government officials.
Na sa ohye no a yede ato fuel coupon fuel allowance so no asoafo nyina ne abanmu adwumayefo abanmu asomfo wonum nyina salamat kuku apentel na wode sa amane yi ebreyen osoafo ohwe manwe ensam so munyamfo Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka wone esentrofo atwetwe enkomo ebra wone Ghana atenaye a yede asi wo sese kobase obi ba beto ahye enso omonhwe emmo ye ho ban national counter terrorism wone wonum ehyiaye na nkomotwetwe mu no munyamfo Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka de tudwa se ehun behia pa se Ghana ebe hyehyɛ kwa animu na yede abo yahye ho ban na obi emfiri mu ba bi amama medi yembone na ebra one nsanjofo twinkomo no se de ama hu akwa hia se wode sa asem we atudwa ene se nansen Ghana brebre ne ho na so ase a nea otie efiri atifido ene nea otie efiri amaya etwa enho ahia no se de Ghana fo nyina anim no nheda nya de a eya nika papa eba sa no a uzu ntimi ntransem fansa nhye oda mini fam enu nti esese Ghana eye nhyehyɛ kwa animu na yede ebo ye ho ban na so so betimi aka che Ghana fo nyina ase ena aye kasai entutue nyina eda na kwa mu pepepe ya bibia eda yie enu nti mo bia emmohu esan se Ghana gyina yie ya se kobase ye priasomdue ewo ebibire mu ha sei kankane yen yato efa mu ha sei no a Ghana gina yie pa yebetimi abo eban na afi so ya hwere ye niam yie se be ya obi mfire chire baabi emma emeye yen bone Ghana nya fam wo no yete adwuma atenaye bi se sa atenaye no mfa nani eni fam wo na chi na kwan a yede ye fam wo no ebefa so ye hu sika kwa ebefa so adi no na yede Ghana sika ya efi fam wo no mo ba ebeye nyina no wo mo nhwe na bra no wo mo emo ho amane nkyere Ghana fo eno ne efre no Public Interest and Accountability Committee a etwanetia efre no piak fo se ene de wo mo ejina Ghana National Petroleum Corporation GNPC fo wo mo jina on konso den ene say GNPC ewo adwuma ba ko a ehye nase a ye fe no Jubilee Oil Holding Limited a ene ya to din Esploco na sa Esploco yi wo mo afa Ghana fam akwakoto a sika ewo mu eye be American dollar no opepepem ahenum adusia ba ko $561 million a na se nka wo mo enya za sika no ano wo mo de Ghana de no $561 million no ebe to Ghana Petroleum Holding Fund baby ayaye ne say ya fam wo sika no yemfa nkonkoto no na se nka wo de sika no ekokoto ho nanso efri afimpinu ene aduonu mienu ebe ka afimpinu ene aduonu nan a wonom eton fam wo a ne bo esom sika mabodin wa tweno ama ene Esploco emfa sika no nkonkoto Petroleum Holding Fund no emu eno ti piak se wo mu gina baby wo mu gina se sika no de Ghana de a esese yegie enti wo mo ni de kire de den se yegie sika.
GNPC is a 100% state-owned company. So if you are 100% state-owned company and you create a subsidiary, by inference, that subsidiary is also state-owned. Number one. Number two, the law is very clear, PRMA is very clear, that every revenue from oil, whether directly or indirect, where the state is involved, the revenues must be lodged into the PHF, the Petroleum Holding Fund. So since GNPC is wholly state-owned, its subsidiary is wholly state-owned, any revenues that accrues to JOHL or now Esploco must be lodged in the Petroleum Holding Fund. So,
Assembly etiatia say emrano da ho pefe se obi akokoto fam mu bi a Ghana chefa bi ewo mu no esese ode ba beto Petroleum Holding Fund de mu enti da wo GNPC watie adwumaku ehye wase a ene ye fairness roku na se wakwakoto Ghana fam wo na ye chefa akwakodi ni ho a esese wo hwe se sika no watua e de ato Petroleum Holding Fund no emu owura ya okasa ye fairness Richard Elima oto aso e kan se piak no wo mo adwuma ene se wode wo mani ebedi adwuma ye de Ghana fam wo musika aye ni nyina nanso nyamese yenka no kre afimpinu ne aduonu num 2025 na etwa mu no de piakfo antimi ammo apro ankwa nkɔhwɛ sɛ embudunwuma hodo a yɛse yɛde sika efifam ngo no ba ye no yɛtimi ayɛ pepepe de nti o ma anya ne sɛ piak ni sika o ma tweno asika sɛ yɛde ma ɔmo no ɔmo de yɛ adwuma no yɛamfa ma ɔmo enti ɔmo ho kyerɛ ɔmo ni sika enti ɛna ɔmo so antimi amfa ɔmo ani ɛni akyira nkwa nkɔhwɛ adwuma yɛde yɛfa ngo sika
Yes, we inspected is very, very low, significantly low, because in 2025, we didn't have money. We didn't have money to go on project inspections. So it was difficult to do more than we did. And this represents just about 11.1% of scheduled project inspections for 2025.
Penia okasa iwono eni penia oda piaka no Richard Elima na one yenua William Gentu ena etwetwe saa enkomo eni die ena yegina so ahome kasebo iso age aboafo enkrato utie ewo peace 104.3 okay 101.7 ena neat 100.9
Peace FM.
Amanfo, the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances hono
Or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center.
Home appliances are a ye papa bia e bi wo ho.
Brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiwell, TCL,
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media keke ka ho. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokomemle.
CCTV a boama monitor of properties any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV ni da ho. E wo detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connect ma wo phone. Na wa monitor baby a wo wiase bia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Edwosu ahodo a oton phones ene ehun accessories no ho.
Fresh 0544 959195 ana 020 7937323 ana so brakoko memle City Light in Chehwa. Na ye can discount any achedia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories. Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa, ne Ghana and Penifua Bonabaso say, or say a real man for Tiapopa.
Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one video was so, ya would daswa, and video chiro yadie, na no sounds so saw yadie.
Amin, a expert or one croyaria, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia Nurse Fonso, or what ma?
Amin Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology na esayade.
Sa wona wo pe. Ana yare ne te same pa. Nyamia dumunti. Yare expert. Amen Scientific ebe boama inshallah wo ho ato. Na wo so dia dance se de Ghana fo ne abrochirefo bi dia dance no.
Accra, Amin Scientific ewo dome, Oben Snake Flats, and Alashi so our Klagon, Eben Shaman Road, under bridge ope.
Our Krabata P. Fre, non sure dear Ben 0245 275254. Ana 020 722 9505. Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi, Nyamene Yaresafo.
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na sese wo ye na se wo yam so atim so e
wo be pack na farmer Martin's liver salt akira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Afei yenko amahodo so ensem emu yenhyase emfri Kenya. Kenya trokrata e de akwa amansan kubatan no twotwofo pani a woda no ura Antonio Guterres se amansan kubatan e de Kenya fo edin enam egu omanimu ase wa amansan mu a wagiri se enam ne kwaso ne ntinchechiremu e wo ho na nchechemu no ene se Kenya enam namano ne esoafo Musalia Mudavadi so atrokrata de akwa UN se afi atwa mu bosumi ngotwe no mu no ena report bi ba abontene se Kenya fo mpata dom a wode wono mo ekọ Haiti se wo nkonkotwe emo Haiti fo eho ban no monato ho nsem bia bag yesi Kenya fo asrafo mpanifo no eho ebon mu da saabo na to no emu enan bi wo ho a na yesi Kenya asrafo no ena kokoyeye na de areho ewo saabo na to no mu ene se nkwada no a yesi asrafo na to wo mo na no mienu ba kwanya mfie du mienu baako enya emfie du mienu nso so enya emfie edunsia de otoso enan de omantimi amfane mfie antudwa na Kenya amonone soafo Musalia ekire se asam no baaye no wo mo epe basomfo bi so mo ntana asem hwehwe asem no mu mo hwehwe asem no mu akokosi ase ehu se enya no krese Kenya asrafo akwakoto obi amona saa asem no ayede to omso na entwato so a nukure bia enimu enti bosirim kasem to obi a enhwe no amfa anya asem kora enti Kenya fo nwanwa pa se afedie UN fo ankasa ena de report aba bontene na otwetwa mu ya se Kenya asrafo a wonom ekọ Haiti no wonom akwakoto mona ne senti esese amansan kubatan wonom besa Kenya fo tiri ho ewo sa report no omde aba bontene a egu Kenya fo animu ase no na no ana manone so afo no ekire se Kenya fo gidi se ekwa we na United Nations di ombefa so na ekire se wonom amma Kenya fo edin a animunyam wo mu no eho amanyam sa enunti womo ka kire UN forces sa report no womo ntwe na afei womo ntwe nsen no womo sa pa Kenya fo che se womo gu Kenya fo animu ase no ombetimi aka ne pen se sa asem ne de eyintwato so nukure bia nim se Kenya asrafo a ekokobo eban ewo Haiti no wonom akoto mona America mampani ene naban enso eguso a eja esi ade wiase nyina ye America dia omo nepe baabi a ompe om se otana habi wo yese Donald Trump no obi antimi nkanasem na American fo ede ato wonom adehye ya epese etukwa ba bibremu ha se so obi American de hye no otukwan de aba bibremu ha se a onhwe na Nigeria de wamfa nani anhwe ho ne nti omo ka ne saa ene se wo se Nigeria no eho enyo ne ama eho enyo ne se nipa bonefo asori ewo Nigeria ho abusuan ntemo menteme ho ase gidie ntam menteme ho ase ewo ho ena eye ni nsoso ne ya chewa kwa akosie eno so ya chewa kokosie so a utanye ye a ye hunu obiom ni nyina e kire se Nigeria man no emu enyo eno nti wo ka che na de che se state binum ewo Nigeria man no a eho de enye kura nti se wutu kwan na se yaka ama osa won ni nyina achi na sa so be kode a ene ubetimi akọ na emom sa state ne de hwe na wanye wadwen se obekọ hokra enu nti waka che na de che se wo mo hwe yie pa na fe omkọ so mo yo madwen so obekọ Nigeria so a wo mo hwe baby a eho enye hu pi na ono akwakoye adwuma ompese omkọkọye no ho na Washington esan ede atudwa se Senedisha ebisi sa won ni nyina achi obekọ Nigeria onhwe se ne okwa akoye no eyade a eye hwenhwen pa na mom se eyade a utu hyeda na ebe ye di anko beka che na de hye se mo obi anko Nigeria se si eye a ewomu esan se Nigeria no eho enyo afi bolbo ene Ghana Premier League no baako ene bekoso Aduana Stars ene babia ni Gold Stars wo ena ede be hyehye so eno a UEFA Conference League no so ekoso na sei ena ebaaye Crystal Palace tenafie ehemiensa Emma Fiorentina entumi Antibi Rayo Vallecano ehemiensa sa AK Athens enso entumi Antibi Mainz enso ehemienu ena Strasbourg entumi Antibi ena Shakhtar Donetsk for so ehemiensa ya AZ Alkmaar entumi Antibi na chese no Conference League ne de teams ya ekwa away ni nyina obi ntimi anhye goal ba akompo ena enan no a etena fie eboye no so obi adi nkuni Mainz pe ena wantimi anhye dodo ono hye mienu omo maka nyina Crystal Palace Rayo Vallecano ena Shakhtar Donetsk omo nyina ehye miensa ya omo ne omo boye no entumi Antibie afei Europa League Bologna etena fie ma Aston Villa to ane hye miensa ema Bologna timu baako FC Porto ene Nottingham Forest esushi aye no ekoye etipenko obi ahye baako Freiburg enso ehye miensa Celta Vigo entumi Antie ebusafo ena anopei kaseba yede ebremo no yede esiensemo edi mu akotire bie ene se omampani John Dramani Mahama ka kire asoafo a ehwesika sem ene ojahonede so se wonum ntena se enye nhyehyɛ nhwe ba bi a eto no a ededa fam wo so Ghana na etwa ebe yie se be ya ede ahohore kakra ana ebebre Ghana fo na sisi fam wo bo no e wo so rankasa oso afo hwe manwe ensam so munyamfo Muntaka Mubarak e kire se Ghana ntrase nyanhwe hansa ema oman foforo bi ema emeto enhye yenso Public Interest and Accountability Committee Chanitia Efren Piak say GMPC for Atenase ama Esploku akwakoton Ghana farm wa esom America Zikano or pepe henu medusia bako $561 million esen komodi se Zikano eto Petroleum Holding Fund mu enso ebesi ekasei Zikano enyanko ya ohwehwe amanone ediemu so America ka che na de hye se si asa opese okọ Nigeria dia giantsa isa se Nigeria eho enyo ena amansanku ba tanso na otwetwa mu de report bi ba beto abontene se Kenya empata domo a wonum eko Haiti no makwa akosese nkwada atu ebinumo monaka ho na zo Kenya fo kire se asam no nya no kre ya ode eho krata akwakoba amansanku batan chochofo pani Antonio Guterres se sa asam no omuntie na omo enka ne yie no mfa chew pasronko ema Kenya fo isanse omo ne Kenya eni ne yie kra ena kasebo no esie yeframe nana ya okese me enam de kasebo yi ebremo na kasebo edebremo no pay enyumakuo bi adaroma First Atlantic Bank say yakase obi enyini a na nyese bi a oye kese kono a na kire se yese sa nipa no onyini da bi nanso wo yakase ni nyina na wo ye better na wo ye papa se na wo tie nra na basa na kire se unyini no emfaso abaso eti First Atlantic Bank say ono oba he no ni enti oba ye enwuma nketenkete adantemu eho ne ho oba se ne ebe ya obema musika asem ne munema nyina akoyie enti unyini no no nyina na enyini ebomu KK Paper Roofing sa no pe mefanto anim se long span roofing sheet no wo mo ewo types bebre IBR MSR RSL RSL ene de ka ho aluminium self lock ena afi IBR wrinkle coated roofing sheet ni nyina obi e wo ho a ye de adwuma nti uba keke pepra ho atobo ase na kire ye nea opese ye nyama nchense no na wo de kwakoye no nea ma ho futu a kire wo nea ebeboa wo bind stain remover edio bind 20 disinfectant any bind stain remover JA binding ede eba adwaso na busua aboa papa uni toilet bowls a emu asene adrodro brown sa de ya em time pa sa uko washroom na bebe na ade bi adro kanko brown bi na da de me hu sa de no ka me ntimi hwe em time papa na if you say JA binding ede sa bind stain remover no eba ye no me so wa de na asene o tasa asene o kitchen sink ho o toilet sink de o de horo nsa o washroom ho ni nyina asene no a o giri se wo ye no hwe a enye yi no mesrew gibidi anopai na kokope bind stain remover no ebi na sa okope bi na o de soki uniama na fa o huru mu abon se yes etwa yopo Lawson Herbal Center sa anopai menchao na mensan mo amane se Lawson Herbal mixture no a wode eba adwaso a se ema obia wonunum bi ne ho eto no na ne ho sisi ne ho so no ebi eda so ewodwaso obi a honam ye oya wanya malaria na se typhoid fever obi susu akoko ha wo obi a wani so ayo wisra na se unhye da hu ade yie papa ma so amko afikyira na asem aba wote ya wankasa ene ade wo se mfanto wanim se wo nonom na dupa Lawson Herbal mixture no ebia ebeboa etu ni nyina ase ede abaw na ososo ohun ato ena usiafo yede bibia esi medame ho se me ba de obonkrata aba edwaso anopei heremo boso ebebremo ansa na Ghana's Modern Voice Chairman General Kwame Sefakan atoaso ekokroko eno asogusui
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie
Ghana muntie Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
Hey, catch it. List ni nie. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to ma miensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. We den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hade e wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up be baba ware. Ye fi say this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pebibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom kokko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
皆様、そして急な招待にもかかわらず
And Friday. And a Friday, I had to say, no, I need to say, BBM. You shall say, Nidia, you're gonna Montie with it 100.9. Between the Mark Jerry or OSEI AGYEMAN and Sancho, make Kwabena Mafu. Mammy, I could see to Nam, Wama Joma. Yeah, Baba, you man, the Abuah, my Ghana, no. Mepacho Ghana man penny and paying for Kushia, you're from a cabinet, no. I put to Promusium, dear. Now, I'm about to just say, said you're from one across no. And yeah, 2 be at that, so that to say, finance ministry, no, any energy ministry, woman can moment. Now, woman was on be here to an obey to be so. About your way to relieve every Brian. The better now, so some could do SCC. Engineers and planners. Engineers and planners, so Ray Ibrahim Mahama, you can't say. Ora Ibrahim Mahama, and Juma, one two from a good year. Mebacho na wachi and a beto just say a tender committee na recommended. Say one more and a winning dama minds, no. One will be 2 more. A company is a 9 and a one with you with a mobile engineers and planners and our capacity, no. Our training in APA. LGBT kills and some of the PA. Ghana man Penika saying a priority. Na Akwakoba say minority force here press conference. There be my penny to me kasa. Enter command you know what you are part of it. Hold the befa 020-1162-746 020-1162-746. Na mepacho mu amuchi eye abobo ya no. Aya mo value mo life dia na mo teso sa keke. Onso mumu bi adwenwu ye nko a. Motorbikers emu bi adwenwu ye nko a. Wote abobo ya no so na yes air tricycle na wode nam no. Wa kane bia ani akire. Na ade asa na wonam. Reflector bia mo akire. It is a wonam na wanhwe ni yi a unhu se abobo ya bi di wanim. Ebra enim no aye kusu. Enti mo amutwi abobo ya tricycles. Manhwe no obi bekum ato atwe ne keke. Obi bekum de mo tete mo ya de adwenwu ye no ko ano. O ma yeti bete no ma e tan ko an ye so da ye. Enoma tantan sa keke ne ye. Abobo ya na oteso no wo tail light ni ho. Ena ade asa, ena ade abobo ya na nti wo ye ka na wudi akira, wo hu abobo ya no reflector bi ani akire. Ena onam na o ja se obo live aja wo feel ba ko no tere chari go feel aka na atozo. Masa wan hwe ni ye obi bekum ato atwene. Oje o ground ya se abobo ya driver bi ye ha enra ono na kofa ensuo kakra ena ensuo no akwakofa no o se ne tire adwo. Could you believe say abobo ya rider na eja abobo ya na si kwan ni mfimfin eti enra yenoma ne enam se kwan ne so o taifa no taifa darocha ho no abobo ya na eja kan weja abobo ya na si ho ena we oni ho weja we your friend say abobo ya no ho ena si kwan ni mfimfin tu duru ho a unya ba bi mfa ese operator rider ni ho. Inti abobo ya nso ye ade a ne tai ye etimi ye ka se abobo ya tai apai nti ye jesi kwan finfin.
O na se abobo ya de magjer minim se etimi pia. O timi pia efri ho e de ko ka ne enchem kakra.
Ba chale ye menya kasa de to de be wutimi dwe no ma bi ho a wo se ana bodam sema na se ana de be a. Mejo wa metiasio ye mu biasia bodam. Abobo ya na wotwe no wetime jesi kwan finfin afiri ho kwano so yakwantempo a kwane ye nyina obi afa kɔ ne fie ena we jesi kwan ni finfin o abobo ya yentimi mpia abobo ya ensi kwan ensi nchen
na abobo ya de se
na bufu a meti de ya me ya ne se na me pentama kɔ baabi na ka megina wa baba na machire ni nyansa na dwenye gu adwene gu achese ye mu bia adwene gu a medwen wa amete ase asenya no baabi a ye dwase nipa ni bi wo ha adwenya kasa nyankopon de ma ye no ebi na yetirim abobo ya wo se wagya si kwan finfin ena wo wagya hoko ni ho wagya hoko could you believe say wo mo ba be twifiri wona abo na ode ehyehyɛ ase no wagya abo no de agu kwan
wasaba betwe boye na tuwa se jabo na wode
chase na gukwan mu me no ka say ahomati abo no gukwan mu eti aje be pakemeka na magiyi abo no de afiri kwan na nipa oye sa de pa de abobo ya no ma hye no so ma twani foni de atom we so na baabi a mehie ne bia I will discipline him onimi nyansa oje nwa o ma na yetim no won oje nwa won ti ade pere bitim ya ade bia e chese be hye wabufuo saa oje o gra won ti ase wo abobo ya wo se wo wasai wo tire adwo enu ti gwe jesi kwan finfin really enu nti na wow ba anya me wanwa wonim de anya me wanwa no anasofo timi gina the pulpit so and now on one then you know obeka wo pulpit so owia no akeka nsem aka ho ba na so dem ho aboma nti e kire wadwen ede nipa ni bitirim asa mebu afu medwa medwa etefo medwa
Ghana nsem na akasa na edu ba bia ho se wo so be ye o man papa obi pi be kwosoro saa
it's just all person we are responsible all person we are responsible wo man mu a obebre
eni enukre obebre kwabrane enim se ade a wo ye nye nsoso obeye nti e ba sa no a ha adwen ti magjerry enu an se wo de hu a ehi but ka wakoma tu ye nya sa wonsu no be eni wakoma be yi ato wonsem na
eti me wo boys bi wo yehudu no mu and I made a picture I said no so mo hwe sa bobo ya me dey asande wo mo
na wonsa so ni mu a
se esa bobo ya no se wetimi eja ekwan finfin o
da bi o de ye me bo de eja na wajasi wa nya me ya o aboba na wasi eja si
wo aboba na o de hyehyɛ abobo ya na se no wasi eja gu kwan ma je magjaru biduru ho na masa asesa ni nyina afri kwan ni mu asa ma ba adwuma
abobo ya no eno na e ya no
kwabra da otonyo
omai mun sempa susuan papa se ne wo se ye ma we ni ba bi ye dui
but who say me enya me nwanwa because ye mu bi no won nya kwabra ka sembi o se adwen etesempa boa size
obi ane ne de
adwen etesempa boa size ebi de so na ebi de so
ebi de kwa de menya so se ebi no se bi ko ebi de kwa de menya so because ade a obeye no
achasa wo dwen wa beka se ti nipa ye wo na boso me nkono me ntimi nya sa ade no I can do that masa janyo no to
majere ni abre
mani abra o to
abomboya na me be ye free papa ye traffic light ade ba abeka junction ano omu a omu tie mi omu hu ye nyina omu nim aboboya na lodi nsuo high school ni bi
okay
ena droba ni nipa kote ne nchen ena ne ote aboboya na chi no odi na chi afa mu nsuo no ena odi na nim afa si ye ne a ye drive over ena
wada wo no afa no
trese ni yam sine kakra bi kro obeto fom timaka na eba na afa no so akuno
munim say we police for etisi krom enom say abobo ya check tail light ye check or reflectors ye check say no man we on beka so aban
yes say wo madwuma
aban say adwuma we always complain but we don't want to comply don't say na dey be american we always complain but we don't want to comply abobo ya reflector ni wo abobo ya nachi we tell light so ade asan wo de na bro ana wa chese wo hwe na wo hu no
say ye kasi ye kwachichi wo mu a minority for my press conference
minority for be to my press conference
ampala ye ho fine omu ma mi wo mu papa ewu eja omu and
we don't want to be responsible in this country but we always complain and ade we wa ha and efi we wa ha nipa no complain say efi go ho no onu am ni di fi ni bia kwa akoso
wo mu tu abobo ya wo mu ma mi no wo papa no nyina ewu eja wo mu and aban ade na ni asi
chale enoma bi o ha chese hu an we dwa so my chese enoma bi o ha
sama ka che say wo pese we are responsible o pese we live responsible life
obebre
na ukura obe wintem say irresponsible enfa no ho
we are obebu to me bono so a bo na
onya bia no wadi wanya bia na me ba bi wo ya rough o ka bi kira no obekeka bia to obedi wa tem no ko ese sa life no mum na e kama
wa wo ma onhwe wo mu
onu obi a wo nhwe wo mu
na yire koka
obebu no
ne abechi no ko police station police fo no ankasa be sa to aduane ama no no ma sa to nsu ama no se mo anya sa obewu ahyem afi odawa na police fo na mo amobra na mo beli no okọ woduru fi a otiti dan na chi so okọ hin se ye dan otiti dan na chi onye bia wadi wanya bia odaho adesa edana ne ebia to dada okoda entontom bawe no emfa no ho ade atia
safo no so dia no mo kwen so mo dai wo editor mosquito coils
wo nwuda
onyare
pressure ebi ye no ne pressure ye normal ne kidney ye normal na kuma bibia won ho bia problem ni ho eno anso onam ho no mo na so be responsible
Babana
entina ma maka say me ya adwuma kakra ka ho a me koma kura ase
na kokope bi at
na me bru one mo kura mpa wo chia me a menye so because my bre
not trotro driver kwabra sa o station hono o station trotro driver achobata o station trotro driver etimi ejina kwam na ofenipa na ye ache ye traffic pe ye kwahwa ekwan da nanimu na mum wagina kwan anim on pese ni nua ba ko ba be feni bi ni to no na gina kwan anim
waso wo kire ho
ozo ono kwa be ka to so wo kwan no na to ne se bi sa se wo kwan mi ko wutiri so aya na wo dwe se no ma we ni pa wo mai mu trotro driver na dia me tan ye me bufu ne tail light in your juma on show trafficator on show it's trotro drive sikana wo je no what the ye dey be pa cho sikana wo je trotro driver what the ye dey kan kra nya what the ya wo pokro no drop kan na ma no kra wo pokro no
be frɛ ka wo na no aka kire ne se ka no de akosi fitemu the whole day and me anyeses meanwhile no wa ye ntum me we am come across what traffic ni ho
ya na o me no de brother
ya nko park abobo ya na me kura me mintuka na no ansa me nam kwan ho me kwache anti amaja anom me tiatia ma me ninum wi a masa besen ko me hodi mabre o fra me amemfa mabre kasa ade akuro ni bibia wa ha bia ye problem ena ye nimra so Ghana ni emra sisi akura ma jeri de o kan me no ya aje ye kasi ye shemra ayi obregu
kwa
obregu
anada ye gube ebra be ni group kwa me say emra Ghana e wa hanhwe unim se wo ta ne lawyer for bon ko na wo se na emra Ghana pa anamra ne binche wa ewa dwen se emra ni Ghana emra ye wogu omanyim no the next 50 years semi ha many a si yesi yen hye emra biem ewa ye memu the next 50 years kwabena ye betime bu man na ma na kama ya hye emra sha emra ne dia ye di so
amendment bill
dia ye di so
bill ye de ko parliament ye ko akoye dia imese emra no se wo mu anforce na wo mu empaibo na wana se empaibo sese wo man empaibo betumi asesa wo man we na yani ayate asori dem no kura yesu ba antisen
everybody is complaining but we don't want to comply why omani yetim we complain
mese abobo ya no enka initially abobo ya ni yi ni tinu ape ena nkasa se ya stop
ne ye twenya na bebu nkama fa
ya tuna wanu mu a moto no yi
esi den kwa na motorway a highway N1 na abobo ya nam so N1 na ono nam so o wia no o ba ba egu no so a no wa yi ne nsa no wa ti watem
na motofo no krampo na ya moto no ma outer lane
Debbie
nam inner lane
no yes you create kwine the man no mfimfi won ti twen won no besin ko
yes wo pentamu a fa wonum ne ko speed no na wonam ho no obi tinachi no okoboko o ka tire ne say papa was it too far no so no wonam ho oh
okay say owura record to yes say abobo ya afo no ento so mo fire kwantempon so bi o tin say mama voka
yeah
tamo no regional minister no yes abobo ya afo no esi den na be fa kwantempon so ento so be fa kwantempon so be disturb air traffic flow e kan we nyina
enti na okosunyane a oman hene se wonpe Pragia bia one the principal street mu diule mu area mu mancha ne principal street there wo ba be traffic ba enti wo say ya wo mu wo areas ni
it is a time for now mancha say now ko we farm milk your friend say cut your burger
na only nam sa area mu ho na wo di obuba main road na wasan wa chiko
na Taifa junction na ba be si
na wasan wa chiko
na won na me we so o be dey a
be cause traffic tin no ukosunya na eni ho wo area ti so sometimes no e mine nkasa no se de be ye ho beto entia nkran cars egu ani nso ene traffic aso wudi agro se traffic aso red ukotwa mu abeti ante wa e funeral moto no wo ba se wono wo se minim se yanyi wo muntu mu nintinan eya no mu nimra so mi se na no e ka ketekete gabako e ho metu fam se ka jina me so
ja ka na jina
enti
ba moto de
onyina
wo dim se zebra crossing driver ni na car no wa jina na o ma for price so betwam na motorbike na de on do o betwam
enu ti na da bia o mo hwe ase wa beka junction he ya wunim se na no ba ko bi hwifo da meka che police ni se obi ahwe so say ha o ka kire me na ono onto onim se traffic aso a wo se ono ejina na nkofo betwam
so say ba ko bi articulator track ebe bie ni tirim ewa
da bi ono no de ko hye ase ya beka junction
ya nim ya because or maneuver na agurem na ade no ye no de ko hye articulator driver no crash one to ndo fo say the car na fa ebuo bi so esu na eni peti no wa peche no ede no
edu ba bi omo ha hwe la pass kakra ka we hwe run about traffic like kakra ka we
what say e say yen car say wo mo boy pa wo suma bi a delivery fa no ma bre abobo ya mihia no ma besesa koma me your friend is saying moto delivery guy be say koji mi we ma me Pragia boa transportation one the bicycle delivery okay Pragia abeboa the transport system baby e kwan na nje no Pragia no ne ade no e display wo na the aye can say suban na model say subantan tan na model ne de no
enye munim raso
it is not helping the society munim raso that is what we are saying muni emra no so sa na yeka ewie me ne Friday I do Friday to say manage a we are we driver and wa ma me bu afu sa go bi o yen ko edema
aboboya aboboya aboboya
okay
aboboya
that's right
aboboya de wo aboboya de wo pa aboboya aboboya
that's right go here
ayalawene akraba tuni eja ko
wamana
babo movie bia ayasrebasa aboboya
okay high indeed 100.9 is about to go pono so wadu echo de be fa 0201162746 0201162746 umekwa ni mani yake krata ni musa
yo ako enko
abusuafo yen shas ye enfree daily guide obokrata no anim hase abusuafo daily guide obokrata no anim hase no obo amane bono na eno wo kire se kane mampanyi nana akufu ado akokopie mu e wo Benin na Beni election observation omo abato no womo ekọ kanema mpanyin ekọ akohwe bi na atimi abonto kokodu asundwemu a yaje no awa 2 ya chese daily guide Democrat no ede ho amanebo aba abusuafo guide Democrat no anim ha se ode ormonyafo Justin Frimpong kodua Frimpong Justin Frimpong kodua Frimpong
Justin lawyer Justin kodua Frimpong.
Yes.
The MPP General Secretary continue.
Ni na menim say ni din ye Justin Frimpong kodua. Ana de obaye ni bia.
Justin kodua Frimpong.
Some say JFK. It is Justin Frimpong kodua.
Justin no krampo. Sanya se bebi edru ya ki yi free one ye no kodua Frimpong no. Abrofudin no yabre
ni abrofo.
Womu din yansu ye wo yedin. Adentina mo pese by force wa yedin Israel no a mo say ehọ na Yesu efiri a Bible efiri baye no womu ni brofudi. Dabi Israel fo womu ni brofudi. Womu etu womu din no a sa Daniel David best ayi a ye kanyina womu nto sa din. David no a yesi Israel wono no ye yi no obi ampo nto David wo ho eye edin no ankasa wo ho ena abrofo no amano abrofudin enti womu mpe sa abrofudin no enti womu din no a ye de frɛ wonum no sa pepe ne ye de frɛ wonum asa
na busiafo guide Democrat no ene obo amane o se MPP wo mo de niama aguakwan mo ni nyina efa wo mo internal election no eba be koso guidelines no aba be todwa ya daily guide Democrat no ede ho amane fo apa na busiafo hye daily guide Democrat no anim hase ya wode onmunyafo kesi ajaben fo nyine aba na onmunyafo Dr. Dominic ayini nso fo nyine eda ha na no ene wo busa se sisi ano kamia ye se Attorney General any office of the special prosecutor is ya no de to me no hwan nsem na wo hwan na wo to me no ese obetimi a prosecute obi
Attorney General na wo no ewo to me ne to me ne na wa pone ketua bi e ama special prosecutor nti akwa nsini wo wura se to me no ankasa de ewo Attorney General nsem ene wapone ketua bi ede ama special prosecutor nti special prosecutor entumi nten Attorney General nti se tumi mu aprepre dia Attorney General eye superior than special prosecutor.
Abusiafo asem no a ena lawyer amansanchia me kwabna mafo acheche mu di amaye sisi enene de wa free constant de enene mama no lawyer utim say
empre o ba ya bu ma betura me letter David me fitani
me ana me di ama
o de fa me fitano a frame
me ana me di ama o
frame engineer David o ano so crampo
David sa fitani we a mechanic engineer
David o mo betura letter Wombeka se mechanical engineering no. Tise wukuta abodi krata ekire se enti wo de ye ne simple fitani eno de abodi krata bi ani wo.
Pamna enra wo kan se Mustafa Hamid. Or I for position when people may not correct or the official statement.
Mustafa Hamid. Or so opede.
Mamiga.
Mami
ana kwa mna kacha ne say there be
what dey the amana na bi
ahwani na na bi dia
eno na wo no kwa na mafo e ka say
ana we
amane ma na wo de amana na bi
o kacha ne say amane ma e kwa mna information ni Mustafa Hamid
Dabi manoma ehwo ne ye na nabi dia
auntie okay
why na
dia ka chen say man
why na nabi dia wan say kwabena ni twasa ye manu mo baby a nana bi wa rise ya edia bedru aha no on say so mu ma no MPP for na ya no mu suban te say NDC de omo sha o competent ho a omo tumi ma wa kwanya se wo wura si edunkatia what o position o wa him phone enti grassroots no NDC amanyo kom grassroots say grassroots omo ye NDC for pa from no esi edunkatia don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Yeah. Say grassroots to asam ni yeka. See I say NDC for party no a form pa no a see dunkatia wani womu atena yie. Sometimes my jari abrabo enye sika nko na tumi ade nyina ye o. Eto de bia yese sakrama di betani ati kwa abeso a anya nsa ne bi ne wokonom awura chichire ye fa ne nipa ho eba no grassroots abata MPP de ana ntesa nipa no ba akopɛ ehwon ne yi na to atwene enso abi anamfom so no emfiri no wakoba ako ye wie aye de party ni saa ne ye no wontumi nkomiye no ni atam wato atwene enso Steven in team ya a party chairman ya obeji ye sisi a wono awowai
why chairman bute
in team
oh there be some of the say the new system no
wow
mama kan krata na ma
okay
where if you Mustafa Hamid Dr. Mustafa Hamid also response to a clarion call also there but there be a nipa na efrem that ben na kwabena me no no yes you benya nipa bi afra yen say magere mo so momra na mo bedi to me we there be a wo mo nipa na efro
zika yesen
zika yesen ye mo no we cry also in the past few days there have been persistent calls for me to run for office as a national executive member for a great party. The rank and file have sent out clarion call to me to place my experience, institutional memory, and strategic insight at the disposal of our collective revival. I have listened. Therefore, I hereby formally announce my decision to vie for the position of National Vice Chairman when nominations open. This is not an ambition born of personal gain, but a desire to give back to the party what it has invested in me. Under the tutelage of the late lawyer J.K.B. Spio, I was founding member of the UCC branch of the MPP in 1992. I was present at the Victoria Park in Cape Coast when we lit a bonfire to signal the transition from Dangwa Buzia Club to New Patriotic Party on 15th May 1992. I ran for the national organizer in 2001 and lost. I was the first elected national youth organizer of the party. I ran for general secretary in 2005 and lost. I served as spokesperson for candidate Akufo-Addo for 10 years. I served as deputy national campaign manager for the party in the 2020 elections. I have been forged in the fire of battle. I have won some and lost some. I have the scars to show. I am a scholar in the true sense of the word. I believe I have enough intellectual firepower, with the firepower, to give covering fire to whoever will be elected as chairman. Together, we shall be strategized, rebuild, and reorganize, and return this party to its rightful place in leadership. The battle to recover our nation begins from within. Victoria Aseta. What you say?
There be
measurement you say. Yours in service. Mustafa Hamid na diabe. Inti osa manfo na afre na eno waje so.
Na yenya na kasa mafo ni bianke from
na ke from ne bi so. So no am be fa kasa say bit my friend. What you say?
And we na ye test edema eduma ye de share nsa. Me ma jani meti wonu mu. You say a friend in need is a friend indeed. Say oyame papa baako. Enkosi se akowu bewu no. Me still me de woka. I own you. Enti se me woni me tena ye ya me wo ho ma. Sa woni ma ntena ye ane me town pa na me town wa kwesi se obewu ma wu kura mema. Esan se sa time no na won dwene me ho. Sana mi wo sana de na yamio nka mfa ho. Enka okay wote se mawu kura nka bia wo mma. Enti sa na me nso me de be yew. Enti this is the time wa sa woni nipa no tena yie wo be ye MPA boss. Me de metiwe menta sense mono mrana ena anu akosa me ka kire wo se na num wo baabi na nya yize Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia wo tutwaje me okay enti medena sedaka enti Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia se metna ha etanada pa ayino boni aye ensida wodi ese wanyi na ya ense nidin me papa doctor say Kwame despite Father Dixon wanyi wo mu aya ense wonu din me de wonu mu asedaka enti sa woni wo mu tena yie na bi no a wo yi organizer asemasi no nam ho oni wo mu na ekro oni wo mu na eba woni wo mu na nam ha chobo ye ni yeko na yeba ni yeko na yeba satam a wo mu bre no na binum enjoy post wo mu ba sare people na di wo mu anim me consider sa ne amani nyina na me de ato aba enya sa wudi skabre me anse Jessica na fa ko na me dimirika hu dabi yani ankasa ye chief COP Osman Abdulrazak ase minya ni din boda
yeah
ena minya ni din boda nipa ye nipa na wakan ente me nipa ni wu ansa na wabetena no mo abeye na watiase pa dabi onipa ya ade a osayeye na waka na nabi ni nkofuo ya tena saa na edruso a we kwansini no makwata musika na mo de aba yedi ye wosika wono obetua 20 yedi ye betua 1000 ni ya je 1000 ni akoto ama ya beji edi yento sika de wo de ba esia no system no emu ayese pa enti sa wo de sika banko ade a ye beji ye bedi but ye koto aba no a ombe hunu baabi a ombe to aba nako na bi wa ya ade yeso wotan okodu a no wayi ni America wa ya ade pa one party fo no atena Sir Justin Kodua womu ba se womu be purpose satamu a mo kuta post wa ba mu a mo jimani people imumba tasa nipeta no kure nta no sometime na kodua ene samrantie we ya na nam koba de bia na post duruso a ya betu onum asinten ne ya ba beto abade amam se dabi anya ne sa national first vice chairman no Henry Nanabuache general secretary Justin Kodia Frimpong omu anekro ako omu anekro obia obebe bia why late chief metia national security coordinator COP Osman Abdul Razak I salute you sir we salute you sir akono wadru he
Daily Guide of Bokrat anymore and I'm a war we no office of the special prosecutor near attorney general to me no and no they
wo mumi anu nyina wo mu asem to baby ya bre wo mu ora no a attorney general na wodi dwa ya sumu no akosisen sisi afi ba ko atwam ya hwe NDC fo mo mpa wa hu sa man to me and someone mo kan ye no so a Ghana for respect mu bio ora no anamo se enkofu disika amu kama ya ti wa ya why na abetua ne de
yes bi mu fe chire be chia but
sisi a obi wie ska was sent to me the back on
omo se bi mu aba betua na ahun se ayete ni pande abande ehu hia se obebu ni panedi
no problem
yes bebre na de niam ma fa dodo na de omo de aba dodo na twetwa ba se ni pande ehia se watwa ti ya se e ba sa no na ye jama na aka
no problem
okay abusia for Daily Guide Abokrat anu anim ase no se ukopie mu ewotema epona no a wo mu ese enam bi mu awu ya wo mu ababegu epona no ya chose Guide Abokrat ade ho amanebo aba na abusia for Guide Abokrat anu anim ase
na one phones na one wotie
okay
na one
enche obebie
ana a chief of staff ononyamfo Julius Debra
okay
ene ne mnante ni nyina nso wo mu tie chief we salute you we greet you thank you sir God bless you
amen
ni tefam nkofo tie pa o
kachre ononyamfo Julius Debra
chief of staff
chief of staff ne ba me so onhwehwe me na time no ye Eastern Regional Chairman menena almost every Friday so around the bia we invite him me free nkokoko frodia
okay
na makọ party office wo na wasoma me na makọ akoto kenke na me de abama ye nyina ye di ni nyina no ye di nkomo
ana a chief so ope bayira ayachi ope bayira ayachi
so you very simple ni ye di nkomo time no be opese obi radio stations na ojemadwen don't say that you know no ojemadwen na
o business community no penasem
no
we business
minded person
enti Ghana has say that wo penipa businessmen for no penasem pa wono
eti katre ononyamfo Julius Debra say ni nua kuma Mark Jerry say na dawoma Mesro onhwehwe me wan pancho
ma men kantre no chief Nancy
but mama me interview we mra me kwa amade so abakwa yane head of corporate affairs said the man head of corporate communications said the man energy ministry minua Richmond ewa homa no so Richmond Roxon yane no enikomo Rich memo a chene to say nyame adom boko na so ye de yakoba se ana opeja oneso kakra e de amai na we de kan yes more yet upgrade of transformers be nansen kania no said ya edundundum ni chiremu e senate
oni che we people na already do ye dey started that we share the number of
Rich we don't know from pa Okay, you're managing it.
We see already the day not started that our minister available in a series of meetings because of the second 10-year tenure, the directives from His Excellency the President. Now, how they made a fast. On the transformer upgrade, in the last couple of weeks, the minister there were complaints from certain areas. Part of Kumasi, Achimota area, or Tantra Hill, and a number of the pockets of the minister directed investigation, ammonia investigations, some of the comprehensive report. Now, one thing we noticed from the reports, and as the human we are across the distribution lines, that is where the ECD and NET operates. There are a number of challenges, largely as a result of underinvestment the last couple of years. Also generation and transmission. Now we've done well as a country, but distribution side, investment is called and core. Some of them too as a result of planning and NTB and the year. We share areas there. Those areas have now grown and as they've developed, and because of that, there's pressure on their transformers over those areas. We share baby to say Chadu. We only Chadu 10 years ago. I will tell you that Chadu 10 years ago is not a Chadu of today. And then Chadu here, first class residential area. Teman areas for now. All those areas now, more developing. The capacity of the transformers, is unable to serve the area. If it will be transformer overloads, and once they are transformer overloads, the lines will trip. And then, the ministry has initiated a program, transformer upgrade and replacement exercise across the country. They identify all those problems. They will start transformers, and then also upgrade some of the transformers. Fortunately, the program is started this phase. This phase they started 2 days ago. They were supposed to do that in 3 days. They did that in 2 days. And now, with Adenta, with my first one, they will move to Adenta and its environs to finish the work.
Okay. It's now just a way load about transformers and so no. And then I'm going to say one by upgrade need to continue load no.
Yes, if you load that bus, woman transformer, bigger transformer with bigger capacity.
Yeah.
And areas that are transformer obsolete and so will replace those transformers.
Na sa maintenance plan we anase sa enhihye we no aya na brano ebre ben na eje say yetimi eye no because minim say abandada ni twam no mo ka so mo yesiesie bi transformers bi load there was so no me ade no
senior Mikael and remember are very limited. Remember I'm having a comprehensive discussion, but let me just touch on the petroleum side.
Okay.
So that I can write
Mate, minim so we meet you.
Yes, and over the period, year 9 himself, we buy the fuel prices were around 17 Ghana cedis. So 17 Ghana cedis. Is the managed prudently, price number about the point about 9. Unfortunately, the trend you see on geopolitics side now, has had an impact on fuel prices. The president is the listening government. The president, of course, recognizes that the last 2 or 3 pricing windows we've moved from what the prices which used to be around 9 to about 13, 14, depending on where you're buying from. And she has not cabinet here, and then it's been agreed from the next pricing window starting from 16th. We are going to do some adjustment on the margins and levies and taxes. But the findings also be presented by government before the pricing window. That is because we have to engage the parties and their affected and also engage the stakeholders so that they can recalibrate. And that is the exercise that already we started on the past 6. Your office, a series of meetings.
No, okay. Is it a specific taxes when they were affected?
We will announce that.
Okay.
Announce that before the next time.
All right. But me now watch them so meeting be more until the appropriate time. You be come extensively. That's a pa. Yane a Richmond Roxen. It is said that I can also move to one amount or my calibration on by a year to na aban na announce no na upgrade no so ma kire eye baby a wo ye upgrade no de echo the ma enkania no so no wo ma na edum no okay higher need 100.9 for 0201162746 0201162746 Agos mo yankwe
okay abusianfo guide abokrata no mu ana ye wo na magjerry kodi nkomo eba ene no ene o se wodi wani kire mu e wo bosomtwe a mentime ho ase a sorry wo ho no ye se ye nam so ama nipa mienu ato anano e wonse do na na afa nsusu ka bi nsusu ya hye no ya acha se daily guide abokrata ena no pay wo bo ho amane abusianfo yemfa the Ghanaian point the abokrata no na nano ada ana ye nya no ntie se engineer sem planners wo mo e de eniem egugu akwam se de be ya womo betimi ahye na dama mine womo timi atake over mine nam so ama sisi ane de aye confirm bibia atoto ne nan so ama bibia gu na kwan mu a womo ba behwe edi dwuma e wo dama mine no ena the Ghanaian point the bokrata no wode onumanyamfo Ibrahim Mahamanfo nyini aba wono eno ye ENP womo CEO enafe oswafo a wo hwe ensase ene oboade ne pa wode adom yen onumanyamfo Emmanuel Amakofi bu ansofo nyini eda ha eno no ka cha adwumayefo no se womoda womo na womo ka omakomantu womo yem na sede ye ne bebre ayem hihie se an adwuma no we company foforo ebe take over no obepa madwumayefo ni nyina tinsi omu kofie womo ni womo yere ni womo mu kodi den na brebe mpo na obenya adwuma no bi aye mikase bra obra ekura wutimi ewura mu awada mama nyame nko a ene enim na fe womo take over nti na ye bepa mu a oha obeba ne no ena engineers and planners edi ato adwumayefo na anim se womo take over na womo take adwumayefo nyina ka ho womo nya bi ntoko na womo fa bi nsuso emfa mbeka womo wo ho no a na yedu womo be yi adwuma etu womo koma akoma entu womo nyoma adwuma no e safe ya the Ghanaian point the workrata de ho amane bo aba na busianfo hye the Ghanaian point the workrata no ani ho ase appoint e bo amane no se MPP womo de niema egu akwam ni nyina womo police station elections ya eba beba so ne no na police station elections no enkofo bi mu register online and so bi mu de ntimi verify na no wo kire se enya ade a wo mbetimi ato abane bi ya to se the Ghanaian point the workrata so de ho amane po aba na point the workrata do ani mu ase no obo amane ya no ada ya Zimbabwe mampanyi bepie mu man kokro Ghana no wo baaye no onye ono nkwa na baaye woni adwuma bi a wo mu ewo Zimbabwe na womo ensuso eldi akotene pa ewo se yendada yewura ani ye bola ani na fasode emra yeso ne titru management sector waste management sector no omo ya ade pa recycling plant ni nnuanom omo di hudwuma ne no ena Zimbabwe mampanyi wo ba no omo baaye ya womo ani zoom lion Ghana beka bomu ya womo do omo ahye entiasia apam ase womo assign strategic deal bi ebetimi aboa ma Ghana and Zimbabwe ye waste management ye betimi ahwe atoto niema ayi a ya to say the Ghanaian point the workrata na ropay ode ho amanepo aba abusia for point the workrata no anim hasi ya wode akwapem north mrahye bedwani onumunyamfo samia wukumfo nyi aba na no ene wo kase ono wasem bi obibisa GMA na ni nyina ewo mrahye bedwafie ni nyina efa womu chemu se vessels bi mu a womu se omu susu se wode won ho ahye drug trafficking mu dubone edwadie omdo omu ahyem ya se ho nsem so e wase ya the Ghanaian point the workrata de ho amane po ede aba na point the workrata no enano pe wo bo amane ene wo se Ghana Medical Trust Fund eno ma hyase GMTF womu care no a womu edigu akwam no omo de niama begu akom se de be ebetimi aboa no ma take over wo Konfanoche Teaching Hospital ho nsem so wo hase ya the Ghanaian point the workrata no ede ho amanebo aba ene so ye de bi enso ede esom na busiafo yemfa the Ghanaian point the workrata no emfa ento ha na yemfa foforo ye bo awura mu wo Daily Post the workrata no emu abusiafo for Daily Post the workrata no a ene wo bo amane o se Ghana Medical Trust Fund no ahyase ye adwuma o ma ahyase roll out womo GMTF care womo hyehye no wo konfo anoche ya ese no nso sam so ewa ase ya Daily Post the workrat and so ede ho amanebo aba na we say for Daily Post the workrat anu anima say eno was say cabinet na wo mo ede niema egu akwamu wo madarete financial and energy ministry no say wo mo nyituo ni bi emfiri so ene margins bi mo e wo fa ngo so no ne buo so se de bi ebetimi abo na Ghana fo ho ebetimi ahia mo na busuafo saa de we nyina ne kofare ba ya no mfo ya US fo ya wo mo ni Israel fo akwa ka bo mu obo se wo meto ahye Iran so no Iran so pese o chese ono so hya wo saa ono so onye mre saa edi ono so sento kwa yinya nyu yidie fango no ya se dodo ono nam Iran fo ahye so wo mo po no so wo se hwe mo bi unima oye bema fa bi be fa so na obi mistake di ba kokko fa so no ba bombe no di makum ni di ma ya nti ahye djuro bentisia no obi anti mi fa fango ni bi mfa wo mo ehye no so disia no fango no peja wiasia amansa adwaso nyina fango bo ekoso ne no na aban no ede niam agu akwamu si cabinet no ese wo mo hwe na wo mo tutu niam ase de bi ebetimi abato obi mu ni niam bi ede yi no mre kakra bi o se bibia be yestable me gidi se bibia ebesa akwakọ to ni dadam se Daily Post the Democrat ade ho amanebo ede ababusiafo Ghana Enterprises Agency eno womo ene Mastercard Foundation akabomu ni nyina yakwan obetimi aboa MSME ene enwuma nketoa ene adentemu ebetimi eja naso ni nyina ekoso kwa business forum Daily Post the Democrat ade ho amanebo aba ene anope.
Okay, eti akoso ya ne Richmond Rocks and head of corporate communications said in Common Energy Ministry awachre se womugu so omo ye calibration womugu so ehwe to ben eno omodo omonsa eba be kan wo fam ngono so ye ne Kojo Nsafo Apoku a oye executive director Institute for Energy Policies and Research ye no ni Common Yembisa se impo first step se aban no eteki se fam ngono kosoro any decision abey etesen Kojo mache anopay
Medawati Manjeri na hote say
memba cho nyakopa do boko na so
me ho ye pa me chia wo ne watiefo ne wahwefo
etiefo ne ahwefo nyina age so na bibisa se aban na montuo mpo edikan se fanwo kosoro na etese omukoshia putupuru mu no mu take a decision. I believe say you step in the right direction
Well, it's a step in the bad direction. But the president, I also say, to move for Ebrea, you think say is the right thing to do. But I don't think around that table, no, Atufo will be very happy. I'm saying, Abino, the the pressure is on them to try and do something to help Ghanaians. And United benefited. But the magnitude, Oba, no cash will be 14 cities at Fiwa, when they say what a boa was not also. Now, Abia Oba, no, see one city, I made a buy and may year free home, Abia 14 cities there, or no may year free, then it will be something substantial. But how long it will be, no, the question I will give is that if you are omit me immediately without parliamentary approval, some of them they might need parliamentary approval, especially 2 cities, 95% never on, which is the Eslano. If they are to patch the Esla, they will need parliamentary approval. And, it's something that is welcoming in United Kingdom, I'm saying, Confubonim, we are no, but I say, Kubon on the movie. And she said, President then indicates he said on the look at taxes and revenues. It's the right call that they are working on. But I think that Atufo will be very happy.
Na ediana ma Atufo se na nya happy because of say eto no.
And Jerry, Ministry of Finance keeps our budget and basically does all the disbursement. It's not having a smooth time, a chill. Things the Biani can, the last I say, I was saying some pro for ministers now, even members of parliament. Piak for the document to means Russia.
Yes, yeah, can be.
Piak document for the two oh, say a Kofubi court, the State Assembly Common Fund. And say also 5% of petroleum revenue a call against State Assembly Common Fund. PIAC report, almost only 0.43%. And Minister of Finance 2025, what they call this was applicable fund. I don't say only 5% of the ABF, Say on the consolidated fund. The Canada petroleum revenue bar, a ABF and a petroleum holding fund. If you hold near Chichamu, the MPC for your consolidated fund, which is the ABF, Agenity, na heritage media tanka hono. Now, out of the ABF, which is the consolidated fund, there was a 5%
Ghana, Muntie,
which is a public common fund. In 2025, I could force in the only point when do 1% to 0.43% pay, and what they call this assembly common. A child says it can only in case of Owa and Kodebeko. Now, all Uncle Kase, yeah, we hear Ebony Futumono, yeah, Jessica, a war. Build up, local build up in one. Then you will be a friend of energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy. And we at 95%. And no energy fund levy no home. Both in a ESLA. Into no energy fund levy at 1 energy sector shortfall and debt repayment to Maka 95. Road fund levy 48 pesos on 48 pesos on premium. 48 pesos on diesel. So, no about special tax, special petroleum tax, and we have 46 pesos. And I have 46 pesos so on gasoline and diesel. Kerosene, they have 39 pesos. Now, what about primary distribution margin on 2000 post margin? I don't think they want to touch that. UPPF, they will not touch it. The taxes I offer. If you look at it clearly, which medium on Sakano, Eslano, the 1 CD 95 pesos, road fund levy, which is 48 pesos, special petroleum tax, which is 46 pesos, and ABR, but like I said, 4 marking margin and post margin. Those are the margins that levy you can look at. There's been an argument made there, and I'm saying, yeah, your budget, your budget is $75 per barrel. And then, I buy no dollar and 100 and something. And I buy no $25 extra per barrel. Into special petroleum tax, which is 46 pesos. I buy no bit me a year, because we know that tax no because now revenue extra. And now this tax petrol so. And revenue possible. Which me and no, in the short term, those are some of the taxes in there. But it will be difficult for you to remove it. Now, in your instance, so because no say why budget. Budget for the year. Enough. He needs more money to do the things he needs to do. In 2000, that means there will be a shortfall in the budget. And that is where Memeka said the Ministry of Finance will not be very happy.
Oh, okay. Na can well abana task the finance ministry and energy ministry say yes, on you happy because there will be a shortfall. There should be an alternative way. I won't be timid as sustaining the shortfall.
Bosnia, the alternative is Bosnia. I bind the speak up and you look. Either so Bosnia and now be generating revenue. To you revenue if you are is either you carry shortfall only forward and that's about Bosnia. That's the only way. So there's no other avenue. Taxes there. And now I said, okay, robbing Peter to people who year free baby, I could baby. If you are buying it, okay, me year free, I could. But this is a 2-3 something. Yeah, I think that Bosumi me and say, original no ebe bafo. Into no bibia by ni bibia no, it will be some a baby bibia a bed dente revenue no for 3 months. And maybe a no bed let's say okay. I feel no project here you can't say no ebia you bet just in time.
It's an abundance and just say be affected some of the projects are buying a person or yeah no.
100%. Sir, Usha, say Minister of Finance, no, or yeah, what you call earn and spend. Tekanunia, Not unyaya or spend the pay or your friend saying finance management act now or no a problem. Inti maybe any say the canons at the force and other kind of scalu unia nas or budget on spending. Inti bia projects bia or say or discuss it about koyeno. The bus is secure by the foot no and so on. Those projects this year 2026 will not get done. Already no 2025 the capital expenditure the car or the two or year or project here or the best spending on capital project no he was only able to do I think 34% of it or 40 is it 44 because he couldn't do 56% to 44 he was only able to do 44% of his capital expenditure last year. Into the Abianca this year, Obepeta Oberekaba, Nankwaye, a lot of those capital expenditures, which is the infrastructure projects and all that. Who said most of the time, no more can big push. Say they make time, big push, no, almost the ABF, petroleum revenue, there back, consolidated fund, mono, and they did. I did back, crowd to crowd, piak, and the two jack. You who say. Then last year, almost say ABF is secure by petroleum revenue back consolidated fund mono. Oman ring fencing in for almost proposed Kumasi project, Biomas Omoyan, Accra Kumasi project.
Yeah, big push and a big push.
A big push, no. And you also crowd raising more questions because uno Sikana back consolidated fund mono. There are other things that by law, I will say this are consolidated fund no a year. So I can secure Bermuda and all the quiet idea back. That means you need money from other places. Oh, it is a Osakate. Sikana will hear from other places. No other places need taxes. They work, yeah, fund also. So that has also got here no swap. Let's just say it's a big problem.
Until right now, no. Also already one yes, one CD babeto so ya bind say or the best share. Yenam Kanya won't say me. Say Bassa no say a one can let us a likelihood. Say I'm sure not just say you know mechanic no one some na ko bibio.
And no the one saka and you know one can send the back. Everybody say this can be a kuku. They know there or no say or the cut fuel ama in your body. You what did you be a go? And yes, can you know share accounting a war for fango matter. Any gas in your moment you car if you ever say da hono. And this is can be a here. But so can say ocean fangwa or sell or pass. Ube to me is this kind of one thing, you know, every so. And no, ever say, and a dapono and a obey the beton, she hear fango, and the body about who uses this kind of. The batter within that 3 months, no, Sika or Sanke Bano, and no arm mark, onions can to fango. It's not American, which Manjeri, a Batica someone, a friend Samanto. We are when your money. Why not when your money? Because Samanto Nudia when your money, Nudia use when your money. It's Udos have to pay, Udos have to maybe. And that is where we keep telling say governance, no, Papa. Minister of Finance has always been the Papa, chief Papa of the country. Also, to me, a move will be free her at the cost of a teha. That is a penny paper. Into the Libya, not the union to force no complaining, and then the MPP and another mystery because ever told, say, and he has to move things around and be able to give Ghanaians the relief that they promise.
Okay. Say you were 5 days to the next window, it may be, I think, 15th. One go so calibrations. In fact, many energy ministry, one more head of corporate communications, and say yes. One go so more share. The tour, Madam Sabeka, the also with TB so, and now the only year free walk around one go so calibrate just and pay one matanasia. One more share petit acrem. Enti yenhwe ni mu se dia ebebe biano ebetim the relief e dia bre timam ni na normal move.
And you said you took one city quite to one city. Then and they call next window. it will go up. The petrol price will go up again in the next week. In JB and Quebec Costro, maybe 2 cities are. Now will be better so 1 city. The net increase will be 1 city, which will be better than nothing. To patch here.
Yes.
But main issue can say, apart from price stabilization and recovery levy, near 14 cities on petrol, 16 cities on diesel, no. All the other taxes, you will need parliamentary approval to remove it.
Yeah.
And Parliament is on recess. They would have to call Parliament for an emergency sitting to basically be able to do, if on person before the next window, which is next week Wednesday now, they would have to call Parliament back to now pass amendment.
Now,
straightforward, sir.
Oh, okay. Because as a Parliament, yes, Sakra, yeah.
Oh, the Parliament amending bills now.
Na ye be say eti yawo bibia ete say ye se ebasa sa external shocks yi etuye ya ne titire fa ye form won ho no yo bibia say ye betime insulate ye betime aboye ho ba de every side ni mo
baby and the thing and ya na could be useful. You see ya na di bia no me kase we will be about. Or see, we need to build buffers. We need to build shocks. We need to do this. I will remember when Akufo-Addo was in opposition and the current president was in opposition. They talk about building buffers and they keep mentioning it to build strategic buffers for the country. When we go into any in times like this, the country will have buffers they can rely on. They've not been able to do any of that. Because even Sika almost have 2 minutes almost spending for big push. If you calculate the numbers, it doesn't add up. And I think fundamentally, a lot needs to change. Almost promising reset. Reset, I'm to me, I'm pressing reset button, because and as economy, that needs to be done. Initially and you may also stand na what is a portfolio. Yes, I cover AI BBC now na you for crime you engineer be a communicator at least to or saying your macro demorage or can social media. Everybody's complaining. If you say almost and two foundation and on person almost see about sign award the entity area. It's a short-lived, a friend is saying, short-lived solution. The best thing to do is to clear the actual foundation, look at the entire taxing system of the country, and say, look, this is not working for the country since independence. Let's have a new system. And until Nadibia Niana Meka says, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, on Ghana will be 2024, Ghana will PNTO. Because, doctor, as more catch the Ghana for the your tax system, it's not working. Yes, get rid of our current tax system and bring in a new tax system where there's a flat rate for everything. Into 20 footer 40, 20 footer 40, 20 footer 40 and about. Yeah, more flat rate. And you have to be the AI, and that will be the two container go a kind engine gearbox womb. There be all the gearbox container nearby 40 footer rate me. All the 20 footer nearby rate me. Then every individual in the country will have a self-assessment that they do every year. So we need something drastically to change in our tax system. And nobody is doing it. Oh, now we have a force and soon revenue. But you see, what you're the fact that that's why it doesn't cure it. We know what to do, but nobody has also made a comprehensive VAT reform. Then wait. That VAT reform is a comprehensive VAT. And look, we have a challenge in terms of what we need to do to give us the buffers. Again, Debiano, you are financing a budget of about 3 to 4% of your GDP, which the government, you are looking for money to do. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia said, maybe that 3-4% of GDP, which is about, if the GDP is 1 trillion, that's about 3 billion Ghana cedis that he wants to give it to the private sector. And yet, buying a police car. and you're buying the schools, and you're buying, you know, be there, you're buying a lift. So, anti government, no one you free your baby more, open computers, so, may tender, open computer, and banana mini computer for 5 years, maintenance, be a yoka. Metromas, all passes the Gua and the Metromas for maintenance cry a problem. There's uncle crash on that 300, but say they were my bus for. Meanwhile, the biggest problem in this country is Metromas. Metromas, you know, biggest problem with Metromas in this country is maintenance.
Yes.
But it's a free president for Abres, you Toma or Munina their way. It's a maintenance. Until when they own it, they can maintain it. But Manjari, one ankaja, when you are paying that Cabre or more VIP, do you think the VIP model cannot work for government? VIP doesn't own any bus. VIP no bus back. No more branding, no more yenchemfa. That's how VIP is working. Why can't government do the same thing? Say, we want Metro Mart network. We'll be for bus and bra. Now, many more VIP model. And that is what Dr. Baumia proposed. But nobody listened 2 years ago. In a control about VIP people. And today, woman, you will take another rethink of what needs to be done. Because in film, you know, you are coming here, research on moving and your
Okay. Eti gwenu so betimi aditemo se driver for wo mo ebe toto wo machine tuade mu ana se wo mo tutu mu na mse
omo di ajubre say you want see the official there so mo to mo ase kaka there omo no how ni nyoma omo de ba no the problem I want Ghana ni say you need bibi nkona bibi mbra ekope enkonkwan so say ni driver for to petrol mu pese omo petrol driver for to omo fe mu pe bibi abekosoro ekosoro pe ensamba fu because so many answer na chino aban ni samba no obeya ensamba fu bi into the if the government is looking at by next week, you know, reducing maybe 1 cedi 50 pesos 1 cedi 20 pesos from increment now. I think the drivers, you know, they've enjoyed for the last 15 months, you know, a lot of wait for because that petrol prices no back from no command take first so more money na yembo yabosu na yen court said they after 3 months, no, I think the prices will start coming down and we should be okay. Or we not go increase almost first, no problem.
Because it's very difficult. Say you best actually bet you.
Omukromunye. Omekacho say enye petrol kwani edit petrol kwani edit person. Meanwhile, all the to the also. But what you say? The all the petrol share to so. That petrol never from all the share petrol so. Unya di ma wo mo tumu. Omekacho there is paper boy and I will omekacho think be into no you know there. I'm praying say they would understand that in the next if the government is able to do this reduction with the share amount no will not be able to cushion the drivers within the next 2-3 months. Problem we know looks like it's going away. We are at the beginning of the end. Weekend Iran for the America for the Pakistan meeting. There is a framework they are going to discuss. And Rano as a Rechi, Israel for Hezbollah for no so say Israel for Kasach almost only 11 for no Kasa. I think that we are at the beginning of the end. By the middle of this month, we'll probably get a clear understanding by next week of where and how this war is ended. And I think that in 2-3 months, the price issues start coming down.
Okay. Kodo yada sanopai se woni adi nkomonti ya hwe animu se calibrations no be no enkopem se window no be bie de na je se aba betodwane ye hu na fi etimedi hu nkomo specifically
na ye hu ye be hu the over you know and so in terms of financing and insurance and so in terms of what the Ministry of Finance will have to lose, how much is coming in there, we can do that analysis.
All right. Kodo yada sanopai Yene Executive Director, Institute for Energy Policies and Research, your friend Kojo in Safwa Puku, on any other no Ekasaye. Eti ya chase to ben and I bind it in Sabeka. Now, what would you know? Diane Abana so then Saka, where the bedroom home. Yentie Ura Felix, Pachi Ofusu. Na assembly body 2 ya. Enra
of the media And thank you for honoring our invitation at such short notice. As you may be aware, for a couple of days now, it has been advertised that an emergency cabinet session was going to be held today to discuss the effects of the recent significant geopolitical development in the shape of the US-Israeli-Iranian conflict and its impact on fuel prices. As all of us are aware, since the start of the conflict, the price of crude oil and finished products have gone up significantly. And this has impacted economies around the world, especially regarding the price of fuel at the pump. So Cabinet convened this session to review these developments, assess its impact on the people of Ghana, and consider ways through which this can be mitigated. Now,
thinking about a new career, but unsure where to start? Skip the guesswork with
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Noted the major economic gains that have been made over the last year and a few months through the significant appreciation of the Ghana cedi and its stability, the lowering of inflation to around 3.2%, and other such gains within the economy. Now, these gains have in themselves served to mitigate the impact of the current conflict and the price of fuel compared to what obtained in 2022 when the Ukrainian conflict broke out. So you find that in similar circumstances, the price of fuel is significantly lower now than it was at the time of the Ukrainian conflict, despite the economic situation that I have just highlighted. Now, Cabinet notes that despite the cushioning effects of the economic gains that we have made, there have still been some impact on fuel prices at the pump. In the last two pricing windows, we have seen some increases in fuel price. And this has got to a level that, if not checked, could spill over into general price increments in transportation and other such commodities, which then can have an effect on the cost of living. So consequently, Cabinet has decided that the following measures be taken to mitigate the impact of the recent increases that we've seen in fuel prices, which are solely attributable to the conflict that has arisen. What has happened is that because of restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz, the quantities of fuel that could be transported through that strait has reduced significantly. About 20% of crude oil parcels pass through that strait, and since the beginning of the conflict, there has been significant restriction. This has led to an increase in crude oil prices. It has led to an significant increase in insurance premiums and other such costs, and that is what has accounted for the increases we've seen in the last two pricing windows, despite the very stable economic environment we've had, which has cushioned Ghanaians significantly. So Cabinet believes that a number of steps need to be taken in order to avert any further fallouts. So the first directive that Cabinet has issued is that the finance and energy ministers should take immediate steps to reduce the price of fuel through the removal of some taxes and margins on fuel, effective the next pricing window, which is about a week from today. And this is supposed to be done as soon as possible. Second, the transport minister has also been instructed to ensure the expedited deployment of newly acquired Metro Mass buses. You recall that over the weekend I announced the arrival of 100 Metro Mass buses. Another batch of 100 buses are expected in August, and then the last batch of 100 are expected
in November to make up 300, but currently we have 100 available, and the Transport Minister has been instructed by Cabinet to ensure expedited deployment of these buses in high traffic corridors to ensure that it alleviates any difficulties that may have arisen out of the recent fuel price increases. The Transport Minister has also been charged with ensuring that these Metro Mass buses, in addition to the existing ones, charge or maintain transport fares which are lower than what private sector operators charge. And this is to ensure that Ghanaians are cushioned, especially when we reach peak periods at the rush hour. In addition to this, the President took the opportunity at the Cabinet meeting to remind all ministers and senior government officials and appointees to adhere strictly to his ban on fuel allowances and the allocation of fuel. And this applies to all ministers and senior government officials. Let me indicate that the reduction or removal of some taxes and margins, as I've indicated, which should lead to a reduction in fuel prices, effective the next pricing window, is supposed to last for an initial period of 4 weeks from the next pricing window. After the 4 weeks, the situation will be reviewed, and as and when it is deemed necessary, appropriate actions will be taken. So these are the major decisions taken at today's emergency cabinet session on fuel price. If there are any questions that you have, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie,
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie. Na mansanya so adawro
Yes,
ko
if there's any question,
so
I'll take it now. Yeah, Max.
100.9 FM.
Hello? Okay. Maxwell Abuba, Joy FM Georges. So my question is, are you able to tell us the specific taxes that are going to be taken off? And then also we've had a lot of calls for the removal of the 1 cedi levy. But some economists have argued that part of the stability that we're enjoying in the power sector is as a result of that energy sector levy, that 1 cedi levy. And they're warning that its removal could take us back to, I don't want to say the dark days. So I want to find out from you, what specific taxes are we looking at?
Yes, Cabinet discussed specific margins and taxes. But because this is a sector that is highly sensitive and involves multiple stakeholders, the finance and energy ministers have been charged within the next few days to engage all relevant stakeholders before we announce the specific margins and taxes that are to be removed. This is to ensure that those stakeholders hold themselves in readiness for the impact of this, in order that they are not taken by surprise. So we are fully aware, we know the exact margins and taxes that have been identified, and they will be announced in the next pricing window. Also, let me indicate that all factors were considered, and the issue that you raised about a potential for compromising the energy sector was also discussed. So the actions that will be taken will ensure that we do not compromise the energy sector and that we do not fall into the difficulties of the past. Thank you very much. Yes, is there any other question, please?
As the government knows the exact reprieve to give to the Ghanaians looking or with a focus on the taxes, do we know, and the taxes and the margins, do we know how much the reprieve would cost the government?
Yes, we know the exact amount. It will be significant. Etc. Like I indicated, because of the involvement of multiple stakeholders, they need to be engaged and consulted. But a definite announcement will be made about the specific tax and the exact amount involved when the next pricing window is reached. Yes. Is there any other question, please? Max, you can come back if I see that Odami and Co. do not have questions at the moment.
Okay, so currently there's a ceasefire. But we all know the volatility of the situation. are adjustments going to be made depending on the situation in the Middle East?
Absolutely, that's precisely what I said. We are aware of the ceasefire, but we all do know that we need to monitor the situation quite a bit before one can place any measure of confidence and certainty in the outcome of the ceasefire. It is for that reason why the measures have announced in relation to the reduction in prices stemming from the removal of some taxes and margins are supposed to last for an initial period of 4 weeks. We believe that by that time, we should have a handle on the exact situation in the Middle East, which would then have informed some movements in the price of crude oil. At that time, we'll be in a position to make other decisions as and when it is necessary. So this is a suspension of those margins and taxes pending the review of the outcome of the ceasefire after a 4-week period. Yes. All right, so if there's no other question, I thank you very much for coming.
Okay, we thank you very much for your presentation. We Honorable Felix Kwachu, so a government spokesperson, Nona Odin Seminole Edia Tujan, it is a send a yen shed and nim a tour bang and I bind it in say Becca. A tour no mudian and I bind it in say Becca. Oh, be ye free ho. The eben here parliamentary approval. And also, a parliament a better now, woman to me, Abba Becker normal year for because normally be a 20 be a the parliament at the buy to me and Casa year free ho. 18 in an year, she say, and then so, Yebecker. For our dear channel 0201162746 0201162746 Ghana Muntie.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
Well, Yankwe, I go see Autonam. Enti asempa ye twaniti a eno de odwuano. It is a Yankwe de be free mama ne ho eto ben and it is a na aban de ne sabeka. Okay. Yankwe ne me atwa krata ne bi.
Abusianfo yemfa the Ghanaian Times of Bokrata no na yemfa ntoa so eno no obo amane ena wasisi ano transport operators ena o mapa live pa wo so wo nkwate Toyota Vox yesi ye de eso ato so enya ade a wo betimi kra de agba oman we mu ne no ena transport operators ne se wo ehia stakeholders engagement enti wo enfre wo na wo ni wo ni nkomo no mo hwekwan a obia ehun betimi aton nya se bia mo de so to so keke da bi wo se wo mutimi chirechire wo no mo so kire wo madwen da da be ya sundwe ebetimi aba ni nyina ko fare ba ne se yesi Toyota Vox no akwanhie AC dodo no ayo mo afi etwabu ni afi we wo mo a wo mo se ka no utimu a se wo mo se mu ohanti ye ti aso ne se ye ti aso ai obi a watena mu bia nim se the experience ne tie me de matena mu da me body metena mu ye kra che kwa se me hu za Vox mu na metena ye no enye bete kra ye ukọ ya na ye ma omo noso enti enu no ye se da kwanhia bebre eba na National Road Safety Authority for no ampanyifo no ye ni omudi nkomo se ka no kra no ba bia seat ni wo no wo mo ba bia wo mo a omutwi ka na nkasa no no omo asesa no kra ba bia wo no si ane wo ya wo betimi ede atwihyen no ya sesa ndi akoba bifo na yesi ka no kra Vox na nkasa ye nim no yesi enu ka no ewo fam but oma pejam nti basa no wo pejam a enu soso asa kwaya asam foforo nti enu soso keka ho ena wo ye no kra to nchen aga na mramu no se wo kofa ka bi ede aba na wa bechenyi si anu ade akoto baby foforo no wo mo ese eni mra no ene no nya adwana se etia mra eti ehonsem so e wa ase a Times the Bokrata ade wo ama ne bo ede aba abusuafo NPRA ena wo mo ese wo mo de niam egu akom se de be betimi aboa na pension defaulters no wo matimi ahwe na wo matimi recover sika be 27 million US dabi mpacho Ghana cedis 27 million Ghana cedis ya just Times the Bokrata no ede ho ama ne bo ede aba na busuafo Swafu bi na ne ho aba asem no swafu bi na ne ho aba asem no na policy for ayehwem na we no wo se ni nyina no cyber vetting and enforcement team abo mo Ghana Police Service and wo makoche overseer ya wada Elohim International Ministry ano Prophet William Jima na ni nyina ene se yase wabo Ghana man panyin abedeche Professor Jane na opoku agyeman Professor ka ne die ho wabo ne ntre ha video mu na ni nyina ne se we no dead threat niam bi okeka ye no efo owuo hu se nyame na yi kire no o se ono an ebo na adwum kan ye o se de enyu mpo ya ka kire mo se yate asoye wo ho ebia wo hu bibia entwe yi amonfa nko na so ye ni review na mpo no omogie a wo mehu kwan paso o mefa so ye yeso ebia kwatra social media bia de nyame yi kire nyina na ye ka emese na no ada metewa na mse ye pa se niam ni bi wa nyame ama ye hu because nipa ye prerodo nipa behu bia nipa be so ka ho asem je nipa behu bia nipa be so eso ono an kasa kura kwotwe ne mpra bia atwam akokura no be ka ho asem de atreye so fo bi mu timi gina pulpit so ni bibia wo moka oh dabi isi ano de ye ni ade ye kukuo mu asem bio no obi akotwe wo mpra na fe nipa na atwe ne ho kukuo mu asem na zo ba beka na me na se wasi twe mpra oye mi se me na se wasi ware oye mi se dabi kukuo mu asem asi awie untimiti na wa ja woko no nzi ande ye se wo obi asira no de kam da sini so ze asem oye kukuo mu asem nyina na ni kukuo mu asem na ja ye o mai wa yi o mu hem nyina gugu social media iso ti fe de bia se da ni ho sa bio na so fu ensem na akokan ye no eno o makakọche no eze obo we no wom so okose ye death threat e di ama omanpanyin abedeche nti akokofa no omankakofa no wom betwire mu de nti e wo so wokobo vice president owun trene wokobo no sa owun trene no okekeka nsem a video yi antrene wo TikTok so no nti womra no betwire mu ya se times obokrata so e de ho amanepo aba
na yase fish bi wu
awu dadawu
omewu ono mabegu mpona no
amabegu mpona no
mama me interview emra na attorney general and special prosecutor and seminar ese omoze say
no mo ka se when they vote to me womu ebusa say
another emra ne na ho na we su
ya de say attorney general and the office of the special prosecutor who has the power and answer when they vote to me
obetimi ho na we su ya question e bisa lawyer Kwame Adolfo your private legal practitioner lawyer mache
yeah no ya opinion
na ayana ye waste your time wono ma bi hu anase de na se mra na estate ni clear anase we no ambiguities bi wo ma na say attorney general special prosecutor why na wo 2 means obokwa edu me just
what chief would you and the MC constable within Ghana
constable apa that's right all right
now my question was kwa de sana tiu yini mrano kwa na yentu ebuase hwiniye I said we ma come from the one Mark, we are sure say we could have no interview or home from the one. Yet the Kumrakuni idea is more Ghana. A constitution. Now, say what kind of constitution? Attorney General, I had that design a whole chapter about. Now, Article 88. What kind of Attorney General wants? Now, Article 88.4. 88.4 now. Or see. All offenses prosecuted in the name of the Republic of Ghana shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or any other person authorized by him in accordance with any law. Article 88. So, as you clear say, so you need that Attorney General. Now, when you call +5 now, the Attorney General shall be responsible for the institution and conduct of all civil cases behalf of the state. And all civil proceedings against the state. And it is also so we be not will be court to the who here Attorney General. Now, when we say na OSP no so over that being OSP no corruption and corruption related. What it be na Ghana for you corruption. And President Kufuor said, look, any office bimba, I will be to me a now we share act now, and even act 959. Drafted act 959. Will say, so much it will be inconsistent with Article 88. And it's Article 88 says clear, so do we court, so I have Bonivia as Attorney General. So how do they do it and give somebody authority? Any inconsistent with the Constitution. And also, okay, so they crafted this. Section 4, no? I'm crafted the BFN mandate of the office. Now, Mark, mandate was say, Section 4, 2 was subject to clause 4 of Article 88. Oh, I do I go back to Article 88? Attorney General Penny Between do be a court. And was it the office shall be authorized by the Attorney General to initiate and conduct the prosecution of corruption and corruption related cases. What we hear to say no, it is now consistent with Article 88 of the Constitution. Because an inconsistent spread, then it will be null and void. But when you what we say shall be authorized, meaning say, I can't assassinate and our police for.
Yeah.
Attorney General authorized to do court. It is Attorney General authorized, they are straight away. You have owed to me. Now, problem Ben and say you face. Problem you face is say, that now, what's the mean conducting? Who has been say you? Payroll fraud. Then let's say, how so? MPA, me investigate you. What's the me investigate SML? That's why I know octopus. But be out of what is a cool. Now, who say, when you say too many free, because too many say, shall be authorized by the Attorney General. And the Attorney General authorized you. Also, there, just only a baby office, or person who could now could hear the Debiano. Was me investigating. It is a case in a travel, be a challenge when I travel, I could do Supreme Court. Say, Supreme Court in today, and there be a parliament. Let me create office be. A register to me, the investigation, prosecutor will be in the name of the state, no, FB Attorney General. I don't have to say how my understanding of the law, say, I can't see how OSP being assigned to me. If you heard it, Supreme Court Becker, as far as the interpretation is concerned, because it's absolutely clear. And wow, with enabling act and our actable, I say you shall be authorized by the Attorney General. Now, won't tell me authorize you. Wow, do pay. Was me investigation.
Now, lawyer, sound authorization threshold, no, and no. About the sense of the quite to say, Attorney General, no, answer. And now said, yeah, because posting a coboko dua. Attorney General could seek his authorized, say, not the battle to the
police for Yamamu Fiat. And Yama slate for Fiat. Fiat, I say, authorization say, when your cases be slate cases are. you can take them to court in my name. So what I say? But OSP doesn't have it.
Oh,
so
okay.
OSP, interest in any that's what court hold for authorization. Or in the alternative, Attorney General Becca say, OSP, I'm authorizing you to investigate this for us and take the person to court. That is where the authorization comes in. But with that authorization, in the name of the state, the OSP should not have the power to initiate any investigation and also prosecute that person. This has been my consistent argument since I'm out. But so the why I'm saying you be officer or charge Bisu. So okay.
Yes.
Charles Bisu was the earliest test. Some guys what kind of constitution? Not kind of one actor. He doesn't have that power. You see, every Supreme Court, you heard the Supreme Court maker.
Okay. Enti asemo. Ana no many be there be ameka ya sanita no. O say McJerry nsem ha. No many be o ha o man no lawyer.
To me here because when I'm here OSP.
Oh, okay.
Become act in we are. I shall be authorized. And just a man more octopus. Let me be a chum and I'm investigate. Payroll fraud. We are so small. It is almost not just a police for any medium, CID for any medium, Yoko for any medium, Ubia Yanting, OSP, Abba, that would defeat Article 88. Because Article 88 is clear. Say, all offenses prosecuted in the name of the Republic of Ghana shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or other persons authorized by him.
Into every investigation proceedings via a year OSP. One more person, one man back, no.
A criminal in nature.
A criminal in nature, okay. Okay.
Yes. And the offenses in criminal, OSP, corruption and corruption
related offenses, yeah.
Yes. It's only just ordinary criminal. It has to be corruption and corruption related. And you know, we studying what is going on? I said that now say on kind act. Vis-a-vis the Article 88. We are sure so that.
But Ebiana threshold na own to me, baby, it is said, Nedia no war, if that be the case.
Anyway, it's an opportunity number. Supreme Court betray.
Okay.
Now, Attorney General, a bit may defend. But this is Professor B. H.K. Prempeh. Actually, say they should allow the OSP to defend. Now, you know what I'm saying? Now, some Professor, a year or two, what are they? A buying activity office. Not a state office near unconstitutional. Will be an employee of the office. Any man could defend it. What do that? What did they make out? This will be say, Mark, DTFM, illegal. Not if we have a defending DTFM. I say, your employee, I'll get more. DTFM, not be defended. What do that? Attorney General is the only one who has to defend it per Article 88. And the Attorney General's argument is consistent with the position of the law. The Constitution is saying all offenses, some offenses, was it all offenses prosecuted in the name of the Republic shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or some other person authorized by him. what is the ambiguity there? In the OSP Act, Parliament does not have the power to say, yeah, to me, Attorney General one, and the amount OSP. Only that to me. We have an issue because of the person occupying the office. The BIA, or person who can come, be a chuma, your money. And now, no make what I see be fuel, Air Force was all investigation. Hey,
well, let's take OMC Sinibi. At the antis all year.
1 hour authorized. It is a police vote useless. Yoko boy useless. CID vote useless. Obia useless. Onungwa and I say money investigation. And you buy over 5 years in it. What's mean one prado, one case. Because on constantly on focus on human. And I be a tremor. But I'm investigate you. Okay, maybe quiet campaign or to stable.
Yeah.
But I'm investigate you. Eh? The same thing. Maybe let's see what the Supreme Court says. But be sure say Attorney General's position is solid in law. And he said, about you see, where I disagree with Attorney General there. Was it Parliament has taken the power from him and given it to the OSP? I don't think so. Parliament did not do that.
But I don't know how would that be possible.
It's not possible. But the whole OSP is acting as if say that's what Parliament did. But in fact, that is not what Parliament did. Parliament is making it clear that he shall be authorized. So where you have not been authorized, and you can say the precondition for your power is you shall be authorized. When you're authorized, how do you get the power to go and say, "Me can investigate me"? But it's the Supreme Court, but that's why I agree with this position. Everything he's done is analysis. SML, KCC, MPA, well, they now will be analysis. Will be null and void because he did it without the proper authorization. Ufuriata,
na say oro furata dia obosu say ice for no a release no the lawyers require me to say extradition ne ice for the no must say two separate matters and just say you're different it and also about the son at the end you can found
what this is asking with no aka extradition is different from immigration, but one was more critical. Immigration here, so we illegal alien, unlawful non-citizen. In Yawaha, until the mouse wa, get the whole immigration here. It's immigration for the castle look, the amount of you everyone. And man granted to live and remain in that country. Different. Extradition here, a fair normal U.S. State Department. No, is this request in our country's interest? When we are normal passing, I'm Attorney General. Now, Attorney General refer to the states for them to process the case in court. A long process. Immigration there, more and let's say near what sample munaba. The one application be more before the quarter. The more one near the open. It is true, they are not related. A different case. And the immigration one is done. There, what happens to the other?
Now, one argue, record of Furata, making itself available, Omragan and Brandin in Betty. One my Cassan Semino. In Naswani at the end.
Look, I don't know. And I prefer the rule for your know. I normally don't want to talk about anything because they might just way. Maybe then anyone who of it's so you also receive medical treatment here. fair, so it will be health situation. You can discuss it in public. Now, the second argument is, so when you're ready, what you want to I agree with them. Because we'll be hold an office of responsibility. Now, when you're ready, necessary account. There's nothing wrong with it. You should come and render an account to the people because that's what they are expecting from you. And see, there's two issues. Whether medically, he needs to be there, or he is not sick, but he doesn't work himself available. So when you're ready, then I don't see why he should not come to Ghana. Because you have to come and account for your stewardship. I don't know.
Lawyer no pay dance sound yakasa.
Yamin town.
Yamin shroud. Lawyer Kwame Adofo, private legal practitioner. Attorney General, special prosecutor. To me, Omodobo Kwedu. It's the Supreme Court. Yebeshe. For address Jennifer 0201162 Yeba.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Uhwe de wapi ho. Ukasa batete edafo mo. This way chocolate drink.
Crash up pay baba wari.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink. Drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwe se adwede nkrato mu agye atum se eye
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Muntie Ghana Muntie Ghana Muntie Ghana Muntie
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Jamal Akwaba Eddie Bandit 100.3 Media Fed Ghana Muntie 826 Amazancha me kwarama fo ha Mami akusu eto nam so ewa ha Abedafo no so ba Mabre on
Mabre it's Friday Ya bre Say Easter no bre no atemu
Eno an etemu an e dia ba
Easter no bre no temu sa
Ana say Easter no say wo kona se kakra obotom na de kokodia sana na bre na eba mo say bre no eye botom no botom na ma o te bre ni na da bre na That two na me ti na me to na ye say ya. E za ka mete bre.
Oh bre say.
Eno na ba say energy.
What's ahode kura.
Ma tell me say Easter Friday. An come abeti right.
Za. Wo ko so anu ama za.
So ko bo mokwa. Yes, will be bomb quiet. Yes,
bomb quiet. So, Okosre, we Ubiade,
and there be
and Mokwane, and Yano.
Oh, quack, or ye be treacherous, so be ye be a dear.
Oh, we are another Mokwa.
Aye,
and no papa movement.
To say.
Nam some more kwane so
ko say Sonny no pa na me si ufie
okay sir obeye nya bi okay
me nya wo se ukura bucket kwato nsu
na go ma
na makosi egu na masa de aba bucket no ma me ntwitwim na matwitwim kama
okay matwa se
wo yi niam abegu abonte abagro pa na me dimirika ma me nyama wo na maye me wie ya pos me hata me amaye me hu se ukura basket pm david me ya me nkoya ma enti me ko bo mo kwa so amo me wie ya no na ma beti nwan
na enye easy amono so ta so apa o
se menye bi akofie menye bi akofie me ko bo mo kwa enti embrane temua we hu se enye yi enye easy
edio
ye wo brain tie no anie
amna num so obi ka so bebre mo be se enene mo no mfa mayo obi so bebre mo mfa mo ne mai
before de no
minim say before mo ba de me chance yan pe Ghana rice
pe Ghana rice enkofo ne de no ma jere udi a wo kotoreta wo bre
aza
fried rice ne
nya perfume rice
wo mu a wo mo chi no
fried rice
I want to kotor fried rice entina ema na wo mu ta di fried rice wo monten no wo betumi de toilet asa no ho a 1 week
onkoi
no onko toilet no onanam ho de bia wo didi koba
Benyankopon so obo ma style bi pa o
wo mu hu wo betumi de asa wo mu ho a bi wo ho a 2 days
I want so oba bi minim say time aya abranto ana bia o ge bia be she on chen na on pese o papa hu ana mami ho na o she wo dem ho ompie on complain say toilet de no 3 days no that's what show on cache odidi so pa
on say obi mu system da bi obi mu system ye say so otu kwan ko ba bi a
access na system na say
bebre sa obi betimi etu kwan ko ba bi be ye 1 week nka no say on ko toilet kra sane dodo na system city as environment na assessant dia
mama
nti nya se bia aka no na odi ahye ne ho da bi
why me tia no premu kura amene
what do you kra dia ze be kra ni
so da bi
so akoni we man elu pre na wie mu no kura ameko
ka be na we just say was any panoje na unko washroom so there be
we okay no wasawa manjale ya na sadie dia me ya sure say escafo na be yo ho na wo ba akwara na abesha wo ntan ano na ya ne ya ho
na say escafo say
si wo da ne hihye
oh yes and some me get to so no na just say me get na abesha me chai na no na obo say menu aba akwa amasewa amasewa be ya bra me de ade aba abesha o fridge na say me fa bibia abesha
na wo sa wo fridge wo de
wo de abesha fridge me say
ma jare wo sa wo fridge wo de
na me papa to fridge bi dia mama na me yewe
na wo sa no
oh say no say den
but na just say
no we young
me young pa no wo say na menu aba na sheda so ode wakoto we cook bi ode ba be she me fridge na me sempa so me ba me she me me ni go
Eba sa no ya ye nim system no yet system na se.
Afa na matima jarias. Enti no wanyin tobrom. Wanyin fe. Enti no wanyin tobrom. Come
with ba.
Yeah, you were born with silver platter in your mouth. Me na meduku na boke me ankasa abla kitiki siba ko kofi boke Joe Hayford ya
wenum nyina wo ho
e nyina dada ba ku
o sa okay
na dia ya hard june on the first no na kura besi dem no ni adunso
mbadunso go mo sora na ba ko
hard june pa ne si obi na akoka dunso
na ahwia gu
na atene aba ye nyina ye ho no obi anya ne chafa obe sore na ho afo eno apenia na majere woni mi se edan no ayedam no yakwa afuo mu ba ye no ba nche e wa pampem esi ho bode esi ho emeko egu ho enchene esi ho enwo esi
ho the same room no
the same room
Tabaza dan so wo mu si no bangam kama pa ba kwa so nice experience
not na atakwame bibia wadanu mu asanka esi ho
o corner bi
esi ho chance wo basketim esi ho table esi ho mena na me safe esi so mena na boke na konak enu nso esi so table no obi aniama ena ye ne nkwala no nso ni yenta de no so me de emienu esen ha we nso de emienu esen ha ena divide that te de no bi no pa no ane ye de net bo anim no eno nso ho entity na pa obi de be che ne 10 years ago esem
ene besi wa anya kwakwo bi pa de be fia o be yi pa de
o mo din say ye ni say mo si aba witi na o bra pa ni
bra we wo se mokwa no na obi chemo se dia na make se ana meti asese mokwa na ye se wakosuru obi atade
obi ade se well
ebia obi ka na wakosere ana obi ntoma wakosere de ko ye se wakobo mokwa
ya aya broad emuno so obi
me senior ore wusu keja first no your principal no that's what Ghana Statistical Service but not a principal statistician ona no o chemu
ne dia no I tese obi a o dan
tese watch na ma ba beje weekend na je say no ana no ye fe no mokwa
good acha wo ko stress
yeah
na wo kwa akoye bibi agi bibi so you're right you're right by ye ho no mokwa ne ye
okay be sound so be an fanteno area no
me ba be den down wo
okay dia nya bibi no
kire se me nya bibi akodie
Matuase Abe next Friday
yeah next Friday now we say men country chief of staff say chief way
yes catch him man pacho
chief way my Jerry your brother he say he greet you we are here Nit FM
that's all
yene yetie enkofo adawuruma chief National Security Coordinator COP Osman Abdul Razak na Dauruma ena chief wankasa nso wa Dauruma na unua so won't me wo chief ne mano ne mano wo mu afo ne ba no wo mu ho afa
ade bi o won tam obetumi awo mi o tip ni age ni esen no 50s
nyini bebre sa
se wanya be ye 58 so watra 56 by 57 58 that just all one sama
nyini bebre ana so we kura de why public servant nti ni age no
ye betumi ho
wo gre kura wo be ho yeah ba mentin di se waduru 60 ho onduru 60 ena o you be nso a o look smart no ho ya den o mo ye work ya hwede we ya wodimu a wonante te se sojeni
nso no ne structure ne te se ye de ni bia
o nante te se sojeni cream chief magere magere
yes
mamu akwa no Friday
be ba cho bomodin a Friday mu din every never and next week
me say okwa no Friday a unko hobio
mate we dey working we dey na me judi
me
judi
so ukọ chief nche wo Jubilee House Friday magere pressure
anya sam get amana we say Jubilee House okra me nwura hoda wo
mi bisa say enti wo mu ya da ekura didi hey
Zemo
magere wate
oh yeah minim so what na so baba mi ntwa we kakra bra ewa meda so ho the number 1 prophet ofori aponsa iwiase mu nyina prophet me dia man because ono pe eno timi bon nyoma 20 years echi asemo kan na asem nitimi siye ofori aponsa. Okay, yakwa ni me yan messages ni bi wa neat 100.9 Pabranum so wa ha na ye Friday nso de ye nyina yete ma me fa Richard Iframa sama na kwabne metesa akosia se Richard over na kokomre no akosia sapon
what the abadi da
ade akosia kokona ba
daddy na no de
hey and Richard ayadi o
ayadi
okay Richard ayadi papa be dance pa
Israel
fine
sa wodwene ya
wadwen ya wo wo be chi akokọ mu akokọ no so akokọ no so
me say me di akokọ oba ha me bisa na me say ti wa akokọ ya na wa akokọ no so sa me say me di akokọ me say
ya akokọ no so papa na owonam
me da me mfa akokọ nkofie o
aza
da bi ti se me de nam no mom ko wo bi cha me akokọ ena me mantam no ofie o ede ebo
aza no ka so mesere
ena me de ebo eto ho na me de ahoma na chichire ena akokọ ebe da ne nkwala na damfo
omo so no mani akokọ ne di agro
omo ma na aduane omo ne no a fe kura de sade ahoma na me de mantan no womo asane
won besane so mo na di agro
ebetene so saponko na obi nso ama no so de na to no so meba akokọ sedem
akokọ je TV
ne o twi bicycle akokọ te so ne wotene ba bi su ade akokọ esi ne nkyɛn sisi akokọ ya beda ne pet
fio
ena me se time aso se
ezo kuno
obi awe
ana wo mu se da bi menya akokọ no mu na me se da bi senti anya me boy ne se yenwe ena ma Jeremy kotwa akokọ eti enu anu no obi
anwe akokọ na wo mu jabo wo
me se me ka jo obi anwe
ma Jerry and since then after now akokọ forget it
yes for coffee na kwada ne pet
akokọ nam o de opa ye no dian na wo mu misa se chicken
eno ano no
na o ka se chicken eno ano bi anwe
asema ba
tase mekum nipa
O madam for no gu no.
Anti sa akokɔ so obi ama ma akokɔ me di no meku no. Na me de ahye wuro be ma
akɔ, that's all.
O kwa de ahye ade mu di.
Come the be pepper soup ya no.
Afia wa de. Ane abɛbɔ so.
Hey, simple. Richard Amazon, Ghanaians are still experiencing Nanado's negativity the hard way after he has left power, and yesterday I had a taste of it. I went to Aflao to see health specialist. On my return, I joined STC bus. It took the bus 3 hours to get to Dowenya. From Dowenya to Pong, a journey of a little over 15 minutes, 15 kilometers, we were in traffic of over 3 hours because of the numerous overpass. Nanado put his hands on. Nanado shouldn't write if he can spell. And Nigeria was having stomach upset, and when the bus got to the Tamamoto way, I have to ask the driver to stop. I got down and asked the bus to go, just because I have to look for a place to attend Nature's School. And Richard, oh, bre, papa. Hey, the traffic on that stretch is just too much. Yeah, and they're no crying. That's quite normal.
No, so dear.
It's a say, Tamakwa, the idea.
Me say, what the 2 hours, ebe free water.
Yeah,
Edi abedu
the way. And I say, be free one.
Me free the way nya. Manjani nka kwa no ye 15 minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes. Ube to me the 4 hours. Oh my goodness.
So how dear?
Ena eye debia
kwasi ada kwa kan em found the holiday em found the holiday em found the way
enti Ghana ye mpanimfo enti ade anya momobọ kura kakra mo
asemo
ma jari me kwan na me kan se ehọ no mu atutuo no o maye
ye 3 junction holiday
okay Ga West Municipal Chief Executive Officer.
Yeah.
Why are there?
Okay.
My boy Abaso.
Oh my terrible kama.
Where a prompt response.
Okay.
Why are there? And na nonsense. Minister for Roads and Highways. My boy Abaso. There be Kwame Governance Agbaja.
Yeah. Nikwe there.
Transport.
Yeah.
A kwine no omu atetalim.
Baby away tutu ni ehun se wo mateta atare bi mu pa ebe ye taifa he kura na baby tutu and e cause traffic railways ni so no me ade ehun se wo mateta atare mu
why are there pa ye bo abaso ebi wo honom a na e create unnecessary
traffic yes
e free kantanka honom e dey fa bypass na e wosoro ko Atimota new station no wo ma ye e na wo free N1 no so Tamamoto way so na wo betie sima ba be ka junction ha baby a ebi kwa akwetema na ebi ba ano wonom no anso wo maye
okay
maye ade
that's fine because me say kwan dey o matetare bi mu
wo maye
o matetare bi mu ba Mesha Kasante say I want to know for Reverend Tim Fojo, have they ever presented any LGBTQ plus law from Parliament to the presidency which he expects President Mahama to sign? If indeed he is a man of God, as he claims, then he should know better and stop his usual propaganda because we can't allow him to continue disgracing the good name of Christianity through his political parochial interest. He was the same person who allegedly accused the government of dealing in cocaine and money laundering, which tend to be false. I don't know, beyond because they're false. Meshach, we don't know, beyond because they're false. Alai Baba said, although yesterday you disagreed that Akufo-Addo deliberately refused to sign LGBTQ, what would be his excuses if Supreme Court rules against the last sky? By 17 December, when even the new incoming NDC administration has cautioned the MPP administration over new recruitments, yet they couldn't stop. President Kufuor signed single spine bill 6 days before leaving office. And you want to give excuse for Akufo-Addo 20 days before leaving office? After having promised to build cathedral for God, which turned to swimming pool? And the saddest part is Reverend Tim Fojo don't want to mention the Supreme Court ruling on the 20 days left within the Akufo-Addo government. Hello, Baba. I know the analogy we know about message, I say my truncating. Enoch Asamarika said kudos to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for taking the prudent measures to remove some taxes from our fuel prices to reduce the price for consumers. This is the listening government. President Papa Abba. We say good morning to Mark Jerry. Truly speaking, we have a listening government, and I can say without fear or favor that Aban Papa Abampa, a prudent management of our economy has really over to take us there. And say, bro, yes. In this time of higher fuel high, government didn't introduce new taxes, but rather asking the finance and energy ministers to take off some taxes. We are grateful to President Mahama. Where's Macjari? My name is Yaweje Kashmo from Jamasa Buoni Matonoso. This government has done good by removing those taxes on the fuel. Good job. But we, the unemployed nurses, 2020, 2021, and 2022 budgets of nurses are waiting to hear good news. And please, McJerry, call the PR of the Ministry of Health to explain to us. Thank you. Gomez Adomi Pillar 2 say, hey, NDC reset in penny. Ekuadonko can perform more than NDC 100 times. It didn't in Alcasa. And once what kind of sake? It didn't in Alcasa. Where some NDC government vision is to promote Galamsey for 24 hours economy and neglect our cocoa farmers, Uncle and now the future maba. Where say good morning to Mark Jerry. My name is Abording Sikensu from Afinia. Now LGBTQ is no priority, right? Politicians. And all the other. Where is Mark Jerry talking about Abobo Ya in our city? The MTTD has to take strict measures to attack some of them at night. Some Abobo Ya are like horror film. No lights, no headlights, no reflectors. Everything is zero. And where is some of our pastors, Christian leaders are a disgrace to the Christianity? And many directive pastors are leaders, and ever since Christians take the presidency and the looting and stealing, just imagine the difficulty that we are facing. Where is we need to applaud the government to really listening to majority of Ghanaians relative to the ordering reduction of the prices of fuel in the next pricing window, and not forgetting the way the trade minister stepped in to avoid the increases in price of pure water, backed by 100 metro miles buses being integrated into the transport sector with low fares. The above are everyday need of Ghanaians, and we thank JM for cushioning the system. We also Chief Julius Debra, Chief of Staff. I say, when say John Mahama is using sole sourcing without bribery, nepotism, and favoritism, unlike MPP party which use sole sourcing to loot, Ghana President John Mahama's sole sourcing is clean and free from nepotism. More roads are going to be constructed by the use of sole sourcing. Whether MPP party minority caucus in parliament like it or not, it will happen. Greeting to Honorable Seyibu Suhini Alhassan. Where's the Mark Jerry? Correct what I'm mindful for me. I see Julia Debra is 59 years. Okay. 1966. And when if it as a President John Mahama will never disappoint Ghanaians from next week going, fuel will come down because Mr. President is a listening person. Regards to Kwame Owen Frimpong. Amaika say. We say good morning, Mark Jerry. God bless you for the good work that you are doing for Mother Ghana. Mark, we thank God we have a listening president who sees through tough times and release his people from hardship. He had a wicked president who imposed taxes on his people during the pandemic that was killing his citizens. Russia-Ukraine war and Iran-US war is still ongoing, but still, the economy is doing better. Where yes, Skito. Skito. Or the fritation. I believe the Finungwa. Osama Jerry, keep up the good work. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is the hope and future of Ghana. Come 2028 and the so-called Abai Papa Abba, JM and Co. Greeted to our maintain General Secretary Okunkom, JFK. Where is Osama Jerry coming a mouthful and the lady? Please tell the ECG boss that they should be checking the ECG substation. Some people are there playing politics. Casino from Banana Inn. Where's Jerry, Mr. Consistent, and thanks for your advice this morning. May Allah bless you. Ejeni Mboateng Kaso American Town. Yo, Ozome Dase. Masaudi the Frikumaso Bantuba said the NDC resetting agenda and 24-hour economy promise has been a deceit, and Ghanaians have regretted selling their color TV for black and white. Fellow Ghanaians, rise and let's save this country. Kaswa market 177 so enra torchlight so yedi hu dwuma pa yedi asi baby yedi anybody a kire ye Kaswa market no demolition exercise ekoso ho. In fact enra yedi hu come extensively on the torchlight. Na me team nso ebebo aba be the situation on the ground. Higher date at point in an Friday, young Kodiapo with Dr. George Esiama, C4C Medical Director. Yanin in coma. Doc, Martin.
Yenya Jerry.
Now, Pomo to say,
Senior, about the other man who you pa sell somewhere.
Yanko Padomoko. Ye bisa say, ye could do weekend, ya Pomo de Munsem, the Benedict.
Yo, my Jerry, that say, and that's the opportunity. It's here, loyal listeners, essence of a down master. No, Madame Fubika Shem, any other Americano. I said, George, you do Friday and Pachoya, I mean, two for what? Then so, you will cost a car, home. It's an say, upon somebody, a idea, any quantity to Najamo. Maybe I can say, how many dear Dawson, and so how you know, by yourself, a pum and your dear. Now, how about by your barco? Until you say a kaya home. Dear Yenum, dear Yedi, dear COVID, dear New, dear Yabe, in room prior, Benominiano, you're very cautious. It's answer organ casib when it the animal, a yabrebono, kidney, no, eboa, emma, it me, dear Juma, brano, circulation, a hodua, a coswell, was a moja 19 in a cobibia, camano, you hear Yakuma, and here your blood vessels. You hear kidney no so obeboa komano ma aye na ejuma e bio ye hiam eye ye liver no so ono so beto ne bo ase asone ne moja no so amaye na ama komano so etini enya moja krogen apompe akone pedua ne nyina eno nti ye cautious wo de ekone pedua ne mu na se efi so ba ne pedua ne mu dia na chese ya na introduce maye efini bi wo ha de bia ya kasa bi wo ha ya mwanketu a yamfa ye ni hu be say microbes bacteria virus nti hepatitis and more I say efi erunti na oba betina brebo ni ma na ma brebo na honhono nti bo hu say o hepatitis a na wonya pains e wo baby a brebo no e won in the right upper quadrant no na we ni color no so sisa yellowish kakra ubo mo say ahun keka so ba bebre ubo mo say wo Johnson no so kra aye cola bi kra wo stew no so na aye dark melena e bi kra so a ubo mo say unai hono unai tatai o ma na atwetwe e bi wo ha wo say enkaboni bi kra fi we no eba enla ehun ye den ama because of accumulation of ammonia e fear was enka brebo no chichire ni yidi koma kidney na kidney de babon no e bi so ho ma na e say we ni no kosia no kra no na e we ya te say ni ya tofom e bi so ho na rashes ahodo egu ho na nyina license planos ho kekao rashes no so ba enkoda ekwa na asaba recurrent infection yen aye treating gonorrhea syphilis chlamydia genital wart stomatitis ni infections ahodo nyina no yen ya brebo and it mesel sebomodi ana ma unsanka livoto the livoto ne yen say e Kenya brebo no ema brebo no 500 plus function anyankopon di acheye se onye maye no aya maye abribia ye de nsan no odin bako ni pedua ne mu yɛde nɔkɔnɔkɔ nneɛma de wobɛkɔ nipadua no mu yɛbɛde efi ne nneɛma aduane bi a chemicals ne nneɛma wɔ mu bebree bɛkɔ nipadua no mu no ɛbere ɛma brɛboɔ no ahoɔden no ɛba fam gradually ɛno nti sɛ yɛmpɛ sɛ yɛbrɛboɔ ahoɔden no bɛba fam because of the importance ne the relevance in the human body deɛ a mɛsrɛ wo pɛ eduru a yɛbɛkenyan brɛboɔ no ma brɛboɔ no so ɛtumi adi ne dwuma yie eduru a mɛkamfo ama wo ɛyɛ livoton adan na mekamfo livoton mesrɛ wo livoton wɔ special component bi yɛwɔ biribi yɛfrɛ no Chalidodium magos Carica papaya nneɛma Marica cacus or cadus ne nyinaa no ɛyɛ special component a ɛkɔ brɛboɔ no mu a ɛkenyan brɛboɔ no ɛma brɛboɔ no tissues a yɛatoto no din mpɛn bebree hepatocyte lobos sinusoid ne nyinaa tumi sɔre bra ne yɛ adwuma yie ɛma sɔnea na ɛwɔ sɛ brɛboɔ no de sɔne mogya no nso ɔtumi yɛ ne yie ɛma mpo ne drug metabolism function so ɔtumi yɛ ne yie kae sɛ brɛboɔ no na ɛboa yɛ ma yɛ break it down yɛ nnuro ahodoɔ a yɛnom nnuro bi te sɛ hypertension nnuro diabetes nnuro stroke nnuro cancer nnuro saa nnuro no nyinaa no yɛ brɛboɔ no na ɛboa ɛma yɛtumi break it down na yɛnyɛ mu ahoɔden ma yɛduro no tumi ayɛ adwuma kenyan brɛboɔ no na ɛma ne enzymes ahodoɔ P450 ne nyinaa ne nyɛ adwuma enzymes ADH ne adwuma ALDH ne adwuma ne nti break nneɛma bi a yɛ firi nipadua no mu kae sɛ brɛboɔ no ɛboa store mogya mpo ma yɛn store almost about 1 liter of blood nti yɛn a yɛso ti bebree a bere biara yɛbɛfa wɔ mogya no na wɔ HB wɔ fam HB ni fam so na parameters ne bi irregularities wɔ mu bebree ebi ana mogya no koraa no na ɛyɛ thick because of platelet level ɛkɔ soro because of efi a ɛtena nipadua no mu ahoɔden wɔ brɛboɔ no mu a ɛbɛmake sure sɛ efi bi antena nipadua no mu kae sɛ yɛwɔ xenobiotic metabolism wɔ hɔ sɛ no hwehwɛ intesticides ne nneɛma chemicals ahodoɔ a ɛnya kwan aba nipadua no mu no na yi ɔmɛfiri immune functions of brɛboɔ no kae sɛ ɔwɔ natural killer cells ɔwɔ lymphocyte B lymphocyte L lymphocyte ɔwɔ heptoglobin ɔwɔ acute phase protein C reactive protein a ɛboa ma wo hu sɛ efi aba nipadua no mu saa proteins ɛma wo hu sɛ efi aba nipadua no mu ebiom ɔboa ɛma yɛ produce cholesterol kae sɛ cholesterol nyɛ harmful saa wɔ nipadua no na mmom sɛ yɛkɔ so yɛ nneɛma a ɛbɛdamage yɛ cells na ama cholesterol production no akɔ fam adwene no ehia cholesterol to feed so that ɔno nso bɛnya ahoɔden your blood vessels no ehia cholesterol no kakra sɛ ɛbɛboa repair that pro-angiogenic properties no that anti-inflammatory properties no ɛbɛboa ma inflammation ɛnkɔ so wɔ nipadua no mu nso yɛ compound no yɛ ho with alcohol compound no with nɔkɔnɔkɔ nneɛma compound no with nnuro compound no with processed foods bebree ɛne chemicals ahodoɔ no na yɛ damage yɛ memories no ne yɛ blood vessels no na ɛma production of cholesterol no kɔ soro in the long term na wanya blockages our blood vessels no mu na prevent circulation of blood C4 Mausanka livoton because livoton no ebekenya brɛboɔ ɛma saa adwuma wei nyinaa wadi ne yie ɛma cholesterol no yɛ adwuma wie a waboa no ɛfiri nipadua no mu mɛsrɛw ɔmmɔden na pɛ livoton na livoton ɛmmoa even the immune functions of brɛboɔ no even mpo the hormonal metabolism function of brɛboɔ no awɔtwe mu nyinaa yɛayɛ adwuma saa megye sɛ ebi mu koraa wɔ hɔ a weekend yi n'adwuma no toa so saa nti stress no kɔ soro bebree a nyankopɔn ama yɛn special hormone a ɛboa yɛn with yɛ stress cortisol hormone but ɛwɔ sɛ ɔyɛ n'adwuma wie firi nipadua no na brɛboɔ no boa no na ɛyɛ saa so ntumi nyɛ saa pɛ stress hormone no kɔ soro it may increase chances of anxiety it may increase chances of hallucination it may koraa ma stomach ulcer chance ɛkɔ soro it may koraa ma fatty liver disease ɛba kae sɛ brɛboɔ no ɛboa ɛyiyi wei nyinaa nti sɛ adwuma no bɛdɔɔso ma no pɛ na fat na start sɛ ɛkyekyere no yɛn a yɛwɔ diabetes no mɛsrɛw ma wo nsa nka livoton adan because livoton bɛboa ma brɛboɔ no ne pancreas no adwuma a ɛwɔ sɛ ɛyɛ sɛ brɛboɔ no store sugar no bi ama yɛn no wayɛ ne yie na waboa with the communication with the insulin ne nneɛma a ɛwɔ body ne mu nyinaa no wɔtumi ayɛ ne yie ama wo sugar level no nso so adrɔpo yie ebi mu koraa no eduro a wɔnom no so saa bɛboa na wɔbreki saa eduro no down na ama wo nipadua no so etimi enya na hoɔden mesrɛw bɔmmɔden aka sɛ ɛnam bebree titiri red meat bebree deɛ pressure ɛto brɛboɔ no so red meat bi te sɛ pork goat mutton deli beef all those things no the pressure ɛto brɛboɔ no so nti deɛ ɛyɛ biara no it should be in moderation yɛnka so sɛ ɛnsa so a no ɔden no ne bebrebe no prevent brɛboɔ no from working fully maybe I yɛsua ehu sɛ nsa no bɛdɔɔso wɔ nipadua no mu pɛ brɛboɔ no concentration nyinaa kɔyɛ nsa no sɛ ɛbɛ convert no into the lowest carcinogenic form a body no bɛyɛ excrete ɛno nti na wohwɛ a obinom nsa a wobɛhu sɛ break it down a na ama ɔsweate na ne home nso akɔ soro bebree because alcohol no break it down finally into carbon dioxide and then water so that ɛbɛtumi free nipadua no mu brɛboɔ no ne di saa adwuma no bra sister maame papa bɔmmɔden na pɛ livoton na livoton nkenya brɛboɔ no ntumi di saa na adwuma yi nyinaa mpo koraa na yɛbɛdu fie no mmerɛ anadwo late koraa nanso ne yɛpɛ sɛ yɛdidi no ɛboa ɛma wo digestion no yɛ ntɛm kae sɛ brɛboɔ no produce bile and a bile is responsible for emulsification breaking down of fat which helps in our digestion yɛwɔ stomach ulcer so we need our liver to help because kai say GIT no our special portal system a brɛboɔ no ka ho ɛboa with moja ɛboa with detoxification ɛboa with cleansing and filtering of the blood ɛnti ɛbɛma mmoa a ɛyɛ typhoid mmoa malaria mmoa ne nyinaa ɛnya kwan atena nipadua no mu brɛboɔ no nya n'ahoɔden ɛtumi ako atia wɔn mesɛw mmɔmmɔden anhyɛ wo ho ɛnonom nnuro bi ebi a na wɔ signs and symptoms a yɛdi ho nkɔmmɔ yi ahokeka wɔ hɔ wisiwisi wɔ hɔ ani kala no wɔ hɔ hypertension wɔ hɔ diabetes wɔ hɔ hepatitis mpo so wɔ hɔ liver problem bi te sɛ fatty liver grade 1 grade 2 grade 3 anaa fibrosis of the liver mpo nephropathy wɔ hɔ anaa yɛ cirrhosis anaa yɛ HCC cancer atɔ brɛboɔ no mu a mepaakyɛw ɔmɔden anama wo nsa nka livoton ɛntwɛn mpo ma brɛboɔ no nyare ansa na wanom livoton kae sɛ brɛboɔ no ho ɔden nti ɔwɔ regenerative function a kyerɛ sɛ ɔno ayare a ɔtumi to ne bo asesa ne ho yare nti sɛ wotwɛn sɛ brɛboɔ no bɛda edi akyerɛ wo sɛ n'ahoɔden aba fam di a woanhwɛ a na da a ɔbɛka no na kyerɛ sɛ n'ahoɔden no aba fam koraa ɛbɛtumi ayɛ medical emergency ɛba saa a oyɛfo no tumi ho no ɛyɛ kɛseɛ ascites nsuo bɛtae yɛfo no ho wo spleen no so tumi bɛyɛ overactive hypersplenenemania kae sɛ yɛ spleen so yɛhia sɛ ɛbɛboa yɛn with the production of red blood cells na mpo wayɛ the process of apoptosis breaking down of the red blood cells na yɛhia no so that ɛno bɛfiri nipadua no mu ɔntumi nyɛ saa na foforɔ no ɛne dada no ka bɔ ho a na ama inflammation aba kae sɛ inflammation so ba a ɛyɛ cell proliferation so ba pɛ ɛyɛ active production of some cells a ɛbɛtumi akɔ so cancer ɛno no cancer ba so deɛ a na mania wonim sɛ ability of liver no any organs a wɔne nipadua no ahoɔden no ɛkɔ fam mesrɛw ma wo nsa nka livoton aba ama obiara from 12 years and above. Sɛnea wodidi no mo nko adeɛ wokɔ parties na wokɔ engagement na biribi bɛgu fam na adɔfoɔ bɛtena ase na wobɛnom biribi ɛyɛ coke ɛyɛ drink ɛyɛ dɛn biribiaa wonom biara no it's okay but bɔmmɔden a sɛ wobɛnya biribi a ɛfrɛ no livoton a ɛbɛboa kenya a wɔbrɛboɔ no ama wɔbrɛboɔ no ɛtumi di ne dwuma yie all those carbonated drinks nyinaa a ɛkɔ wɔ nipadua no mu brɛboɔ no mmoa na emu ahoɔden emu deɛ ɛnyɛ a ɛni kwan sɛ ɛtena wɔ nipadua no mu no wɔyi ne nyinaa ma apɔmuden no ayɛ mapa mepaakyɛw yɛn nso a yɛfa pressure nduro ohia livoton diabetes nduro ohia livoton liver condition ohia livoton stomach ulcer ohia livoton arthritis ohia livoton mepaakyɛw nerve problem ohia livoton ahokeka ohia livoton bad breath ohia livoton so livoton no bɛnya bi wɔ pharmacy biaa ɛbɛn na in case ne nya yɛ de ma wa ɛma wɔ ne nya wɔ ya koraa C4C branches ahodoɔ ɛwɔ Ghana ne extensively Europe nyinaa so bɛnya bi ɛwɔ hɔ mepaakyɛw sɛ in case wɔnya bi wɔ all those areas so a number maybe to join offer 24/7 the better also Cape Coast there were Green Hill opposite Addison Square Garden Agona or Benson in the central region your branch can see upon ewo Kumasi ewo Joso Kwamu Jati Junction na Accra had here so we were Denta SDA Junction and from the junction urban facility one is just a stone throw ubetumi nya level to no branches ni na 05000403331 05000403331 and now say 05000403328 05000403328 level to no bia maybe the patch of me slow and try my brabo na ho de na mafamansa na unsa ka level to so when you obia betimi anu level to send your account FDA approved and 12 years and above for more than na unsa ka level to for number in the place you order 05000403331 and now 05000403328 C for C liver specialist hospital now TNK Kai so bra boy ya won kwa na shenon so say the endo ni di the treatment plans ni tina bibia kase once treated forever treated Marjorie anopeso made us the brain no mre no abotre mesre oba de yankopon say onka wo panfo crew ni wankasa ni obi a oni ne bedi nkomo na ondo me next week so na etwa so bedase bye bye
don't go see that as a panya shroud and also about traude eboa ya pom dene emonsem Dr. George Siama C4C medical director on na wote in Kano need 100.9 suni nana 1 we biem kama nana 1 phones yes ya mama good morning abemunso information center monso mo wokpon monso mo biem no abemunso katamanso rather oya katamanso monso yedamase the Big J online radio the Big J online radio Asante Dwaben nana epenyina se hene nana onkwaso omoso edem online for no etie ewo ho Haruna Kingsland malaba tena se ye discuss as ba be so na yebisa na watch weekly retrospect na mom the big fish on the table your cabinet meeting e call so emergency enra nam so ye hwe anim se fam go se de ne bo na kwa akoduru no ba bi akoduru no aban na etwa se etuo bi adeda so no aban no control so no won betimi ate so e de relieve ebebre yen a step in the right direction en kobasa aban ni be yuto no no sandi bi akose baby foforo ebe ye Robin Peter to people na say na manfo ni bi ebisa iti anopei ye hwe na ye di sankomo we Amalwa ben we ne na Emmanuel Kwakuyamu say Okaikwe Central Constituency. I say good morning, Mark Jerry. Please tell Felix Kwachi Ofusu, Felix Ofusu Kwachi Ofusu, and his party that they should bow their heads in shame. And if I may ask, did Ghana next to Iran or Israel? Ay, yamwa. Mukumio. Mukume. When some Magari tell Kodopoku to speak to the issues, which is about the price calibration of the fuel and stop the politics of campaign. We all witnessed what happened during the Russia-Ukraine war, where Dr. Bawumia was the vice president. A diesel went to 23 Ghana cedis per liter. And then you know, a call up to 17 and route 23. Diesel need 23. All right. I'm all about my
Major, Papa J.
Let's say.
Ready, I don't know where
I don't know. But I don't know. I'm sorry.
You made me quite charming.
Yatna senior discussions na se but yen shas here from my buying decision na enra honorable Felix Kwachi Ofusu de betu dwa through a cabinet emergency cabinet meeting also.
Okay, Papa J, me that's I mean your net I mean my boss, lawyer Sami Jemfi, and Edujita Maklo and honorable fellows of Sukwachi. Me mom watching in Chong. Say last weekend that was the last this week Wednesday. Na honorable Elekli Makrubu MP for Domin Kwabenya na ne birthday to my member honorable belated birthday na wa share juma so pa ewo Domin Kwabenya in terms of infrastructure lift barely 2 weeks ago on the MC of Ga East Municipal Assembly honorable Mr. Abo they are so about for more akwanya ewo aboko bi na mpotemo hono Ombashasi no more Jumana in CC about Domikobia. And I want to assure the good people of Domikobia say, and somewhere answer na yebe by Jina Simpi so at the two monim afar. Shishaya, Honorable Eli Klima Krugu, a war at the ma and Potemo, Semra Shebe Janino. Some of the 2 minutes and sa, where say, Obemasa Boshanina Abem. Omotina Superm the 2 minutes and sa. He may show more no me bomb no hoba. Namasa share. Yes, more a kind of can I say. My men on 2 years what shall see no. Quite biaso. John Dramani Mahama, the nation builder, what by Mudia. Dominic Bian force on some Becca or more share of the national cake. So, their confidence repose and trust bestowed shall never be betrayed. My can say, you know, Papa J, Mammy just, Mammy, no, and I mean, sir, I mean, tis as a moon free war. Bear now training Naka Cranny and MPP Church for Penia Udikai Ya ene omo ontia konwa so biom Ura Jombodu ekoye interview o Lawson TV na ni interview no mu no o kan semi a me pese me yi anon kakra ne di kan kra no o se wo ye akania na MPP ni akonwa so a obre e wo Ghana sansam no minim ni puma sibre eni nyina so a wo gina so de kan e de boss akwadu no Papa J for me you me wasantemem adanse gromisa and adanse krufom district e ho na mfunu ahye e wo me se mawofo afri atifido apoye mantemo de Womo betra asantemem ne bo mo bra.
Now say they okay me privy to.
Yeah, but that video have gone viral. So I will not peddle falsehood on your platform. In fact, Osha, there is a page on Facebook called Dunkwao TV. I'm going to report to it. And this is it. I will not sit here and peddle lies. Okanya Tuasukosi said, it is an insulting to the people of Ashanti region to appoint a Nordna as a district chief executive. Don't do.
When him, okay, me privy. I don't know anything.
Papa J.
It will be better saying
it is he said it.
No, whether he
no, you might not be privy, but the public is privy. And I'm so surprised that also when you're privy. But you know why? You know why? Yeah, he has said it. He has said it.
It is
it is on public record. No,
it is not.
And you may not make national.
Or can we maybe program so they are coming.
It is not about it, Papa J. I have a challenge here. You know why? Pepper say that we need. Excuse me to say they don't print them in despite media here. And I'm a boy. But you review them.
It is the Omode Bano and a review.
Exactly.
At the menim na me review. But there will be some video now. I can be no problem. May say that is my point.
So should I share a video with you?
Oh, video in the bit.
Yeah, I will share the video with you.
But one politician, the multi can't some done.
I will never lie.
And to be main cast which one?
Yes.
But the American say Metia. So that I so
I appreciate your objection. I appreciate your objection. I appreciate your objection. But the American was in the same. Sansamna Okayeno. Why did he choose Asante region as a venue to make that statement? Jombo Dunankasano won't feel Asante Mantem. And Asante Mantem on Sebe. And ya Asante Fonkwa and a ho. From 4P and any 2 quarter for a was Asante Mem of which me, Mawufo, are one of them. Yeah, your home was Santimem, and I'm proud to be born in the Asante region. Baba Jane, we are Santiniba, me chua gene esisa same way so. What sharing so? A bibia MPP for a person more tribal politics, no. They hide behind a can using Asante as a cloth. Now, what do we need to form a clear observation? You will agree with me. Say you Asante for who he will come in yet the results of the reckless, tribalistic, and tribal bigot political disposition of the MPP. And the conference has no money na ever. Now, Asante region, a more large support base in T. They hide behind that. No more the political sentiment of the and they try to portray to other tribes and say, or other ethnic groups and say, Sabi, woman who ain't here. And I say Asante yimu, which is not true. Because I was born in the Asante region, raised in the Asante region all my life. Enti, wamama yosemwa wamo ye, any kwanya modisa ma yosomne fa, edi or time, any time ever Asante force no. Me perceive the Asantes, particularly your good self and others, with the past mechanism, move distance every summer or some. So, more come more same summer your four. Woman causes MPP for. No moment, Janin Cote Asantiechi, and yen Nioma, a dear buffoon any time about Asante for so, which is very wrong. I am a passionate appeal that I want to table before you this morning. If you pay attention and you work around it, but I want to let all other ethnic groups in Ghana know this morning, say, Asante enye yimu, Asante empanipa, Asante ensanipam, Asante so embunipa enimtia. Fancy yura, Asante meura na piao. Was ya kaneno na Asante for munya enipa free. Northern region, he mentioned Moses and the Gombes. Ya worry Asante for no ma. So who is Asantini if we are to ask within a modern context? Given our intermarriage and the fact that we have lived among ourselves, learned each other's culture, and now Kumasi omudi teaser to cramp chance of a corner. Same way, Okonov so mudi for chance of a sentiment. So the beauty of national cohesion, anchored on Article 35, Clause 5 of the Constitution, are imposed the statutory duty on the central government to promote the cohesion of the people of Ghana and prevent discrimination irrespective of place of origin, ethnicity, economic background, etc., must be upheld by every Ghanaian. A well-decent political party like the others, if MPP want to be one of them, they must begin to distance themselves from comment and recklessness of people like John Boadu, and then people like, or they saying, Brent, I call your friend saying, is it? Ochebe if you call so the constituency in Ifa. New job. One also Andra machine video. Yeah, no can say he would deal with the upper, how do you call him? The Eastern Regional Minister because Oyo Kroboni Eastern District. Yes, that's a platform I report. I will fight Eastern Regional Minister for being Krobo. She should only take decisions about Krobos. Honorable Ochebe Jabin South MP. I mean, how could you make this comment? Ghana for ye nipa baako and your mind ye chichire and on man ye chichire no ye ni Asante for mine any Krobo for mine any Achem for mine any Kusasa for mine or any other place of mine. We have only one Ghana. So irrespective of your place of origin, Okoji Ghana card or Okoji or passport, all that is written on that passport is a Ghanaian, and the Constitution recognizes same. Finito. So that's recklessness of politics, we must eschew it and nib it in the bud. Let me mention briefly about EMP takeover of the mine and other issues that are arising from it. Papa Jane, let me put it on record here and now that the EMP acquisition of the mine, government have no hand in it. And the president have no manipulative hand in that. And your companies and the company, in fact, and the policy of Mahama Bani say, resources wo krom ha, Ghanaians would take the commanding lead. Abayan Kasa has set that example by first of all announcing to the nation barely 3 months or so ago, a black government taking decision say, your cocoa price in the world market above from no government have no option than to comply with the world market. But going forward, about 50% and more of your cocoa produce will be processed here at home. The Honorable Minister for Finance, the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry and Agribusiness engaged domestic cocoa processors, and they came to an understanding, which I think MOU was signed to effect same. So from next season, the Ghana Cocoa Board, Cocoa Ombetono, they have to release about 50% to the domestic cocoa processors. And besides that, there will no longer be a pre-sale of our cocoa produce. So I buy to Sadamono. President Mahama Kambium, the news I do who know there be or minus no back they say by the year 2030, no raw material will leave Ghanaian shores unprocessed. And I am happy because Baba J, many will tell you when you know you were Mao, you were Bushan4 and then for PR, and pim the universities of or minor a producer, be it private or public. When we enough university or bar, dear Mquakope Ayajuma. A buying some way and buying Tressa, say me provide a Juma a masafonina. That's the raw materials you're processing or outside near ship the cordia. The moment you ship the raw material, you are shipping jobs. So man penini so who say raw materials and kobiumwa. What it means is that a Juma and Kwam or Debium, a Beka Okroma, and the more raw materials we have, the more the need to set industries and to process them. What will be the consequential effect? More job creation. And everybody will get something to do. And if you want to go to entrepreneurship, there's opportunity for you to do. If you want to go into sales, export, akwanya never be that one. And nunti ena mampeni Mahama bani so adi hunu ba kubium. Ya ejina ya goodie or yankopo de adomiano ebini say Ghanaians must take the commanding lead in the exploration and of course the exploitation of our natural resources. And unti and the companies called Bede, down my mind. Agreement almost signed in 1997. I couldn't read it. Or 1996 thereabout. So I couldn't read it there. What do? We lease it. Now say renew contract now. A buying say no me renew and from my company what is unibium. Ghana forward. Mumra na ni pobiti ma yeno on fa ne nkrata amra. Na say hwem na o nimdie akade ne hode obitima ya yemfa ma no. Eba ni EMP a obi ni ho a obetimi adoubt wo mo capabilities being finance or technical to handle projects of this kind. And eventually they have won it. I am happy because if anything at all, say EMP yes sika de beka krom ha. Sika krom ha so a EMP will pay more taxes to government. Obafa adwumayefo ka otuo adwumayefo otuo mo ka sika no ebeka krom ha. Adwumayefo obefa omo no obetua senate ebekọ aban ho. And many more benefit no money beya. Gold board 2-man boss Sami Jemfi. And MOU are signing here with Gold Coast Refinery Limited. They will refine the gold here and all the proceeds in ano ebeka krom ha. And for Sodiani na ano ka krom ha. And when you bring sika, and your money, Kobuasi Korea Papa J. Abra AGA, a bar from Kakra. Obuasi Krono, a Guyanesa. Because apart from Boasi mine, and Crutch Obuasi when she in Ano, Kokono Mudia. Kokono so Mudia Swa, yen processing Ukruma, yet the Kwamanone. Omocha Timba no Swa, and Tena Kruma, a co baby for. And Tiabra Boasi gold mine about from no, and my Jumedia or Boasi in Ano, about from. So if Obuasi like other places be improve, so that Dr. Samjona Kayano, Obuasi gold mine have not been a managerial problem. It has been an ownership problem. Unlike South Africa, or more gold resources mean owned by South Africans. You know. In the case of Obuasi, it was owned by foreigners who live in Europe, particularly Britain. And it is everywhere in Ano. Eya obi close so ene eko. We cannot continue to live in this system and expect say you be economic independent. No, we can't get it. Enunti eno hia adokro yen ya o yeti ohia bubro mu. Enti so ye Ghana ni na wo do man na e wo so bom pa ma EMP. Se de be ya omudwuma won be di na ebetimi akoso na konanim. Na ye be more entrepreneurs than even Ibrahim Mahama. This is his time. Definitely his time will pass. We need more people like him. Now see all those people now, Papa J. Unifasuri ebeyamaye. Yen ko bobosia e will be mansubium. Because when government need $10 billion to finance project, EMP can give maybe $3 billion. Another EMP can give maybe $4 billion. Another EMP can also give maybe 6. Any ekoyenim. And si yanka se boy ho, ye entrepreneurs e wo kroma no boy e bosia. If you have some so no conditions. And no conditions, more relief. And when more relief, more development for the people. Yempe we, na dia ni yepe. Gulf region in Sensemi ba ye. Dangote refinery of Nigeria. Ebe the leading supply of oil within the continent and beyond. Yeah, countries from Europe were placing orders to him. Or Nigerian deliberately created Dangote. And we must deliberately create people. And in this case, not even deliberate per se, but EMP qualified in all aspects to mine gold no, for and on the behalf of the government of Ghana and for the people of Ghana, which the benefit no, now, the political malice, the threat, and then someone if MP before camp Ebano, and you're so appalling. Now we are Ghana near the question of personal trauma, me personal trauma before and say, do they want Ghana resources to be mined by Ghanaians or they want foreigners? If they want foreigners, then why? Are they near time fee near Pabonting? Because they want dirty deals. You're even free near Japadi book in the system. Now, linking that to the government decision this week. Papa Jane, Andra was another beautiful day for the people of Ghana. And I was so happy when, by the close of day, government a convening, how do you call it, an emergency cabinet meeting. Yes. Now, Modi too just said, because of some echoes of Gulf region, as reported by the dailies this morning, Minister for Finance and Minister for Energy and Green Transition, a tour ededa fuel and margins I ohono Montie Sokakra na emfa home emra Ghana for so. I was so happy. And Papa JC, the return of John Mahama back to office, it is not only about nation building. It is only about leadership of care. Penny obedri omine ho na obekura omine say onipa owotima odo no what to wache na obesum Ghana wonokrem because Sede Mampeni Mahama Nkasa Kanya, the executive secretary, Dr. Kalisus Mahama, reflected on the article published a few days ago. Also, when government becomes too comfort, you stop listening to the people. And he as a president, only too comfort. And by virtue of that comfort, he will begin to abstain from listening to the people. No. The effect is that and amobia abiding to know, or you're mindful about the consequences of that policies on the people. And the sensitivity of the Ghanaian voter is a key because so we imagine on what the two about MPP in the last elections now. It tells you very clearly that the intolerance of the Ghanaian voter towards reckless politicians, those days are over and long gone. And nobody is willing, ready and prepared to tolerate that kind of behavior any longer. The same thing, so we are buying. Now, you must first ask yourself, am I pleasing the people or I am pleasing myself? And the moment you begin to ask that question and get the answers right, that means you are meeting the people halfway. At least, if not fully, meeting their expectation. And the NDC government is very sensitive on every decision we will take. Yeah, I bet the effect on the people we listen much, and we act appropriately. Gulf region and to Kabaye, Yanka Binshim, and before the Russian-Ukraine war, and on Ama, I want you about my name any COVID-19. Meanwhile, Papa J, COVID-19 by the government rather made money. A lot of financial support about buying a ho. Over 35 billion Ghana cedis came to the government during that period. Onipa odi want into mine. We almost spend this as Sikano, any kind of Uriata, and that was a cram down the home to a general cotton breachment to a person about Krumabium. Frontier Healthcare Services Limited, yet the airport, Emano, Mane ye testing ho, Ereki almost 100 million Ghana cedis. Ghana only got a pottery sum, and the Omoka procurement as them. And the fourth estate and their apparatchiks and assigns are giving them a rousing applause. Meanwhile, all those contracts were not awarded through PPA approval, let alone sole sourcing. What are the responses? None. Many can say Russia, Ukraine to Kano Papa J. Since Mampini Mahama Betia Kunyano, Omunjayu, and to Kanigusu. It is in the midst of Russia-Ukraine war. And the inflation, a drop wa bedu.
But say 3.2. Magnitude in the study.
Oh, Papa J.
Etienne.
Well.
And
what I'm saying, but say Igusudia. Africa put to Okonomo Yedin. Amoya Yedin pa. Hello, David of Ukraine by. No, Africa don't Okonomo Yedin. In the midst of Russia-Ukraine war, inflation a drop wa bedu and there 3.2. When MPP left 24%, Age had 17% amount 2016. Our West is even far better than their best. Yeah, no, in the midst of Russia-Ukraine war, dollar and then 10-11. Ya channel every 15 ho abeja 10-11. In the same Russia-Ukraine war, fuel price you better 14 thereabout. Yeah, the above 10-11. 10. See, I can call her a cost of 11. And the global oil supply largely comes from the Gulf. Nobody can deny that.
Fuel price in 11.
Fuel price. It is not. It was 10, right? 10.95, 10.92 thereabout. Before the.
Time and period when again.
I am talking about before the conflict now, across the Gulf region. And nobody can deny it. Fuel price about from. And my cancer also about from and I'm a boy. Me fat trotro, so I know how much I pay. It came down. Ghanaians have got me say about from Ghanaians have got some level of relief. And then that conflict has started. And no one can deny, like I said earlier, the quantum of oil supply to the global market comes from the Gulf region. Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, and others. And Sentuka Esiponmu, particularly the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, about almost 24 to 30% of the global oil supply passes through that stretch. Then you run for say a block or your ship from Mubiumua. It brings some level of challenges. European countries are panting. This a direct effect. Can someone explain how Russia-Ukraine war affected Ghana? Can someone explain that to me? MPP are making a lot of excuses, but nobody can be able within the party or even government at that time produce sufficient convincing reasons why we should believe that Russia-Ukraine war was the reason Ghana should have been affected. No one was able to do that. But this one is self-evident. The issues are clear. Like I said before, NDC as government, to and we will never mislead the public in any state. Say the situation in Tiano, we will let you know. Abai the abai beti mayano, abai baye, the one kwampone abai. Government is that group of people managing the country on our behalf. So almost a Ghana for you sika ina no. You can't Ghana of 30 million sika ina bomwa. A 2,000 Ghana cedis. 2,000 also no. You better charge my 4,700. I got 300. 300 in Ghana for you and find your day. Send them cost of food for a problem. Yeah, government will do that accordingly. And me boy by na baso and no Mampini Mahama. And the finance minister and the minister for energy. So Omo here and here. Not cabinet atena so say government should the ministry should be able to reduce taxes na ewo fuel no so say be ya e de ohun me batima mu fuo so no. TUC Trade Union Congress made a similar appeal to Mampini Akufo-Addo in 2016. Sorry, in 2020 to 1 to thereabout abra COVID na ebaye. Say kebeya fuel prices no ye wo taxes bi e so ka binding yi bin free wo ebiri COVID-19 levy omo de baye ebiri baller tax na e so and yi levy and others ka binding team free so MPP kan Mampini Akufo-Addo me won a report e ha according to May 2nd 2022 City Newsroom or say government can't afford to reduce taxes on fuel. We will lose 4 billion Ghana cedis revenue. Akufo-Addo. Now President Mahama reduce taxes on fuel. No, how much will the government lose? And government loses sikana. Obeko confess sikana wa hefa. But he forgot. Then Akufo-Addo, when he made that assertion, he said, government is not a profit and loss-making venture. He forgot it. Opportunity cost. Meanwhile, he had, according to MPP, the economic whiskers as his vice president, balancing the management of the economy to meet the challenging situation. They could not be able to put their minds together and arrive at the reasonable conclusion that would bring a relief to the Ghanaian worker when the TUC made that demand. And this is a clear departure from the position and leadership style of President Mahama. Also, no. Say Ghana for Eka because moment here too full mu pe kabo be kosoro and no be kosoro among many things, services and product and all that kosoro be kosoro. And government will not sit down and allow those things to happen. So what do we do? On the part of me Abayano, they meet me ayenye. Many control over the fight or the war in the Gulf region, but I have a control over the price of fuel price. I would say the taxes that fuel prices also will fear. I will do my part. I buy any part. Sachet water producers. What do you say? They were also threatening say
because some production cost are cost.
Exactly. I'm meeting Minister for Trade and Industry and Agribusiness, Honorable Mrs. Elizabeth Ajare Esquire. And according to a leader or no Asia minister, no, was say this is the first time a being see that. Say for almost 15 to 20 years near, almost started producing sachet water, e will crumble. A buying a timimpo any other recognition to them. No one invite to a round table to address their concerns. A being see that. And this was the first time. Penny directed the minister and said, Madam Minister, please, and somewhere every sachet water producers for Ebony, Mr. Wawono Munshi and Amuntua to Agene, Namunfa ye into a year, said the Baya, Ghana for whom coach the woman. And they met. Round table discussions went on, dialogue. In Tiase Yajuma, a honor Mujitum say, Yatia Bonoso. And I say, you maintain to be any Jana, young Queenimbium, in the city of Tonio Mano, Ebetonsa. These are leadership that responds to the need of the people. Unlike Nyoma Yehuye in the past. So, Baba Jay, the America Kosini said, Ghana for the to me, am I? Peninsi the Jawa, the Aswao. And so long as NDC remains in power, and so long as NDC continue to lead this country called Ghana, and so long as NDC continue to provide leadership for this nation, we will never at any state see between a the unbearable hardship. We will not do it. And every step of the way, we will carry the people along. And every step of the way, we will listen to the citizens. We expect the people to give us the feedback constructively. Freedom and justice, preservation of human rights works properly when NDC is in power. And we are ready, we are prepared to open our arms to dialogue with all interested groups and with all stakeholders, because we are only a fraction of the society and we are there to man the nation in accordance with the expectation of the society. Being mindful, say, we are building a nation for ourselves and posterity. And to Papa J, they make a question and say, we are ready for the people and we are listening to them, and whatever happens, abide by accordingly. And unti member Honorable John, I say Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja, Rose Minister, member na chepa. Just less than barely 1 year in office. All over the country, the minister had a footprint. The big push project and the quantum of work that is happening. Papa J, undoubtedly, I have no act of doubt at all in my mind, said by the close of this year, you run early next year, no, everywhere, you will see a motorable road. Yagana for everything to coin also, no money aje. And I can foresee the discomfort of the MPP. Utie Omo Director of Communication, Richard Ahiagba. And they almost say a permanent free one, also called vice chair or corporate vice chair. That's fine.
Why so permanent free?
Party for no say free.
Party for no wish ya hand or money this.
Papa J said, "Yeah, in my for your tier one, some your tier casa, your tier." Oh, Okano TV3. Also, Mahama is constructing roads so much that I see Ghana cannot survive without them. Oh, really? When you are junior down with Timua or Moditia Bem, no Modibetina Bem for 8 years, they never constructed roads. If they constructed them, where are the roads? NT, I can foresee NPP crossing the Volivo Bridge to Afram Plains and asking the people to vote for them. And the people of Volivo will look at them in the face and ask them, say, "Go buy some of our quanos on the buy." And I yes, sir. I'm say, "Oh." Some better than 8 years, and I say, I'm say, "Oh." Some free could also 4 years, and I say, I'm say, "Oh." Na quanum who is saying, "Ya two abana." I can foresee that. I can foresee MPP going to communities and the people asking them, "Who better been for 8 years? Yeah, kaya, more yeah. 4 years ago, someone said about, oh, we are quite here. And these are the reasons the people are so worried. The mean MPP. They're all over the place, attacking the minister and attacking the government initiative, who he is the chief implementer. Instead of engineers, Ghana Institute of Engineers, opening or down our petition auditor general, so ongoing auditing of Sir Coco or the same big push project. Meanwhile, that same person I am told was a consultant to the Kumasi bypass. Quite a lot more, you know. When roads were being given like Kalawole on so sourcing to MP to under MPP, Yantinenka, and then Waya Bodrisa Ekasem. These are politicians hiding behind institutions and want to launch attack on people who are burning the midnight candle to serve Ghana and serve the Almighty faithfully. We are ready for them. We are ready for these people. Papa J, we have sat down and tolerated certain characters. They have taken us backward as Almighty. In as much as we accept dissent, we agree in diverse conversation, dialogue, etc. In our effort towards nation building, we will never entertain malice. And we will never support any person or individuals who are acting as crooks rather than faithful citizens to the cause of the nation building. And in this Uncle Shwanka, but my appeal to my party and in the leadership led by His Excellency the President and Nipa on the duty bearers, and say, never try to please the MPP. We saw it when we were in power before, 2012, 2016, under President Mahama. Mahama Council budget sanitary part and the student. Because now Vice President, then Education Minister, Prof. Jenan Opoku Agyeman, in her wisdom, who said, do that period of the month, our girls, our sisters, our nieces, etc., they suffered in schools, particularly the second cycle level. Yeah, reduce among school attendance. Government should intervene. Now, by providing some money for more, now and protect hygiene. Now, at the same time, and protect the female health in the country. Now John, this man, Samia Uku, no a deputy, no a youth organizer of MPP in 2016. As someone okay, some Mahama echo chess sanitary pad the students and their rituals. Some okay, no. They came to power for 8 years. They never did it. But NDC withdraw, which I disagreed. The party or the government at that time shouldn't have withdrawn that policy. They should have implemented it. We came back to power and we saw the need to implement that policy. Go and ask the schools how it is helping them. Omukasi a 12-man President Mahama. Dumso beba. Where is the Dumso? Omukasi a 12-man President Mahama. Free SHS Ebegu. When was the last time I went to the school for any year in Nibium? When was the last time? And the MPP. Omu feeding Kolano, including feeding them with chicken feed. Nkoko diane. The man Kolaso Mundi. Omu feeding more, including more social expired rice. To the extent that a Mayani bi oho no mo sabio omo brampo na emaye. That was how people went through under MPP. Teachers could not talk. Parents could not voice their frustration. Why? Because that culture of silence, suppression of dissent was paramount under MPP. And then, I don't pray. Omo twe bus and the fuel boy of funti. Omo to me high bus back on. So gum a tall and tim boot share. All these courts are down and moving from farm to farm. Adenya, yeah, boy, by nature say cocoa price above form. And I am told some call petition Santimeura. I don't believe that will be true. But if that is the case, the issue is simple. The MPP for is here him. Wamunamni na pajuni msema wamoka. Say President Mahama, I don't know Uncle Bob Busia. And fambe tokuku na kuyafo enyo musika. Asama mo karonu. Nti the world cocoa price above from no. A binding kobo bosia and fambe tokuku. That's how bosia na binding boy. Omo de che yana. We will pay for it. Kwano ne kwako tuya. Na yebia ufran tumagoa udia papra grow. Udia papra grow. But this is the level. You know, any concrete reason and proper solution to the cocoa crisis, if any, which is not in fact the government making, which I believe that the approach Abina taking will give the cocoa farmers the best of sales going forward. One more solution is say Abina Kobo cocoa. And they're not talking about a cow mabo atuho before they left office at Cocoa Board, which Randy Abe is now struggling to fix it, and he is fixing it. And President Mahama is here. They will pay it. But you see, one thing which is very unique about President Mahama is his ability to spot talent and fix square pegs in square holes. Because the appointment of Cocoa Board, for example, President Mahama couldn't have appointed a more qualified person to handle the crisis than Dr. Randy Abe. Nobody could have handled that problem and handled it with wisdom and expertise like what Dr. Randy Abe is doing at the Cocoa Board. And trust me, Oben navigated problems now smoothly and transition cocoa farmers and put them on the better pedestal. Cocoa farmers ever feel comfortable and proud to be a cocoa farmer in Ghana, because over the last years, since the time I produced cocoa in this country, and we are forcing and Omoye at the 4 Ewu. How many of them? CEO Dr. Randy Abe, when he assumed office, wanting to understand the issues proper, yeah, on rely on paperwork. As an armchair CEO, Obey Jumenti, he went to the grounds. He engaged the cocoa farmers. The only criticism MPP could give then was that say on the Konya and frivolous, unreasonable, and completely, reckless allegation. But Dr. Randy went down, listened to the cocoa farmers. Every cocoa growing region, every cocoa. Yeah, but was that true or false? A brand new come and pay the was it true or false? There was a full Land Cruiser. And yes, why you been so me Obia. And somewhere NDC Kafa MPP Kafa, and it's for a Kafa MPP for in opposition. we still stand by every single statement or every single allegation we made. Why? Because it was anchored on proof and evidence. So almost here, someone here no cry. Let them bring it out. Omampini Kufuado had a dedicated Land Cruiser V8, newly bought, with a driver and a security man. Papa J, that was the truth. That was the truth. But son of Okunya or Teso
Akonyano and that Land Cruiser about Kumubia and Timine driver.
Okay.
Akonyano, one of the Land Cruiser and the Chibu or Kwame the Shepherd Cup.
Okay.
Now, one more.
But they said a car and struck on one day. And that car was fueled by public taxes. Papa J said a car.
A car now over the corner convoy and
that's okay, that's okay. And that car was fueled by public taxes. That car was fueled by public taxes. In any case, Papa J, in any case, what made Akufo-Addo so special than our chiefs in the country? Yeah, also come be also ordinary Konyo. Whilst in opposition campaigning for the power, not the Konyo Echo Cruise Court National. But if you are born in Sunko, a Jano Swan in Sunko, it's all Boko Dua, Bodo Crem, oh, your compo, Sabe, Yakase, and Okasa Jim. In someone of Mokafa Doctor Hono, it was completely frivolous and lies. But here we are. Gradually, the issues are being dealt with. And given the craft and skill of the Torandiabe, he will navigate the cocoa problems smoothly. And he's working hand in hand with the sector ministers to make sure, say, not all the problems is dealt with, but going forward, cocoa farmers will get their due as farmers are omubwa in nation building. So, Baba J, the overall issue is very simple. NDC government, we appreciate the patience of the people, we appreciate the cooperation of the public, and we appreciate every contribution of the Ghanaian public, especially where they disagree with government, they table the disagreement. Where they appreciate government, they speak about it. Let the criticism come. Let them be done constructively. Let us share ideas. Sabi, yan saying na ni President Muhammad trim. Yan saying na any ministers ni trim. Adwene na any woman chain. Oh ye na ye ho. Ni na so chiro man no. President Muhammad is just the driver on the bus, and all the ministers are engineers and conductors or the crew members in the bus at the call the destination. And I believe in the competence, the skill, and the knowledge of this crew. They say, led by the experienced driver. Gradually, they will take us to the destination, and Ghana will be a better place for every Ghanaian to live. Because so Bruni ba Krumha, every year in the exchange program, no co hosted the flag of Ghana in the moon. No country in the world, Ghana yanko munda by a flag akodruho. What does it shows? It shows you the level that Ghana have gotten to. We have the inroad, the impact that President Mahama have made in the global level, in the international scene, particularly in the UN. The resolution for the acceptance of transatlantic slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity. All these things are putting Ghana in a different perspective international community. Unlike under Akufo-Addo government, when those kind of neoma is bound to happen and those kind of things, Papa J, we've gone beyond that. And I want to assure the people of Ghana, say, President Mahama will never let anybody down. NDC will never let anybody down. And indeed, the bar President Mahama is certain. The next leader who will take over from President Mahama will look at that bar and challenge him and even try to go a little higher or even more higher. And through that effort, we are bringing out the ingenuity of the Ghanaian people, and we are bringing out leadership of service that will better our lot. And definitely, Ghana will be the winner, and all of us will be the beneficiaries.
All right.
For ourselves and posterity.
Yami Israel Ghana, so till for me, we say some of our pastor Christian leaders, no, or say. All right. Where's the McJerry? Talk about the mouth of the Mokwa simply mean laburu and nearly free. I was okay. Well, say I'm not sure that one Ghana City reduction on the fuel will reflect the filling station across the country, because President Mahama had made many promises, but he did not fulfill. He did not fulfill the promises. In regards to Honorable Baby's outcomes, Sami Bwacha Samaikas is saying the NDC, led by President Mahama, seems to be attempting to divert attention from current issues such as LGBTQ+ and Galamsey in the past. Mahama stated that global conflict wouldn't impact Ghana's economy while in opposition, but now The narrative is different. Some clergy members who previously opposed Nana Akufo-Addo's stance on LGBTQ plus are now supporting Mahama, sparking concerns about inconsistencies in sensitivity, hypocrisy. Meanwhile, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's potential leadership role has generated hope among Ghanaians. Sami Wache. No, dear babe. Well, good morning to my number one presenter, Mark Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN. Now, Ato Forsen is not forcing anymore. I on for so can almost have a titty win. I make one man so I may course. I can't 03022 57902 03022 57902 and 030 2243 540. Hi, Ghana Montie Neat 100.9. Maybe I told me more. Hey, Mr. Grasani.
Mr. Magan Pachani.
Yo, yet you met on catch it.
Magan, first in China, one thing.
Okay.
Now, it is here. You are sure, sir, and also, we are the court of the baby. Oh, we don't say, Mamicha, Miss Ramada. Mamicha, chief of staff. Mamicha, do a shaman of communication. Now, nothing, even over to a gary, or 1 year, no more. I mean, more about. Magari, Ayana, sometimes, would be MP people here. You know, I would be MP people here. Wow. Well, she I'll be cast someone else to go. A day till I make that. And Yama airport for our affair. And Yama pa, I was in Nara, yes, so what I say. And then I buy everything, and here petrol soup, and my airport to you know, the one in kind, and Yama body belly. Oh, and Yama papa now, and she and the chief of staff didn't bend to your power on my Ghana. And then the new worker say, and yeah, this and can they estimate for you from so with them against you because dollar and then I stable. And no person will be a man, the petrol and to be boss for sending your friend woman. And your bow yet, but what ya? I was here put about 100% because almost get to my path. And you were saying, now you're power, but you no, my two penny boss now on bus from the Ghana. For Ghana and Kodu, and maybe and me go ye, I want my Ghana. The chairman did to be
okay. May I say, and I was over there, no, Obi air to us so. Maybe I shall be watching. Yes, sir. Nyame adomako. Maybe I talk Kasa now, Kasa Nema. Ode eti o yenhwe. Okay, Charlie, me say, now one woman and casa no form. Maybe to me call match.
Mike, no one to say,
I'm Adam, you're here, pa.
Yanko Poncha, Papa. Now, I'm saying I'm person from the chairman of the United Party, New People Party, Honorable Abubakar Sadiq Boniface. Now, I'm saying I'm Padiama on Chief Alam Kodotra. Now, Mike. Osha and someone airpost or my gun and Muhammad Mestre or Mam Penny John Dramani Mahama. So I am listening government. Not to Tian Sama Yaka, not to 2 1 among my idea. On the transport minister and a DVLA, any studio custom for and Casa Papa. I am what the Kaya Abba. Said your man named Shemuam who said. Study can find your transport not a Siana and for register no I'll send you a master a so at Georgia and Yamatia what the Mutia Ama can area Jumano and then over that Ghana for said study Chica Yadia Toka no some young from Washington police bet me at one. Not only Ghana rubber for and many years, and to make sure of my penny don't Dramani Mama. On Saturday and Papa, no one among that Ghana falling to my friends because I understand that yes, no, but I rubber for no Mutika anymore. Can you see one and two? Now, Pokumobi. What when you know what I'm our some police force, and now, no more checking over speeding for some other year. Or they are doing any Indian answer about to what? That was actually in Africa, or Mubuka anymore. And to my strength on my penny and Dramani Mama. I know they are back the super white.
Mesdames, Yemfa, Dudio, Mebacho, Memachon.
Pacho Mejo so boss.
Yet your uncle.
Pacho, come I don't watch in you. Fefi Adenta. Mr. Mark, your coupon share on the producers. Yo, you are a Malibaso. Yeah, Danasi. I'm saying, I'm now working. The Brina Mupa. Now, MPP for the young Castle baby, Omuyebi. I'm saying education side, MPP born home. Now more now arrogance of power, make corruption. Not a cost war mine, no doors to do it. Ghana for you knew you who said you're too about you more. Now more on your person, this your catcher, your papa Mahamani, and this year by a dear Mambu Ashom, son say, near or mine or your panic good governance. Mr. Marjorie, your good governance. I said, you better be an in your inspire no. Say you better be an because inflation above from. Inflation buffer more, as I said, reflected a chair war, your kotokumu. And near say, or money say, near any good governor. Say, my Jerry, and say, and they're gonna baby, Uber sorry, Okasi, Uko, Kruma, now Kwajumaba, Humfutu. If he said, acquire, as I say, Yanya. Now, Yura Mahama, I started. Minya and this in MPP, may can't send here or mining Puntu. Then, yes, sir, Mahama, and I say, a good governance. 10 years, we are demanding good governance and accountability from his government. 10 years, Ebeya, Ochina, and Yomono, Omu NDC for Nebebo or Muhabaso. Ghana for Nebeto, Abamo, Mubium, Ediabo, Mabaso.
Okay. I mean, sounds so. Bebato, my mother, do you? Marche. Hey. Bebato, my mother, Marche.
Matthew, Margary.
Yes, I tell.
Michelle.
Yeah.
Okay, meeting is a shot. If you call me.
Okay.
May I say, any Aquina woman, I pay my me incoming Tema Idewa, and Madame Edipina who MP for Quabina, and Mr. MC. Margary,
ya enim say eba na mo mu papa e bia ndc buy ho toy mo amunim munim say ndc buy ho toy ma ye ruti we they say utofu a udwon yinu on unlike those days are utofu la de bia na wo dey atan so de bia wo party wo kana for public transport but ene amom mo fa de bia ba ama ye nyina ye nya hu paso say so the frache so my me when it comes to pragmatic governance put me and take it from the end in Canada. Pragmatic governance, put me, we relate to the current trend. Nyama air cost, the Ghana for air so far, and on the NGC for, Now, MP before they see a video with here, send it a or man with the Bia, a basic opinion. Then, 8 years under the book as Canada president. You know, your brain will come away. I must say the first year. If you're not getting 3 times a day, if you move to say no, you did once, at times twice. And majority, yes, MP before. Yeah, of course, you was supposed to be able to be a young farm. Or no, one month working about. The system sitting in a bubble. Nandia and numbers of a bano and our own GA. President Onyashi, I must say, what he is so I must say, or say, okay, minimum cabinet of nothing. Yes, you see, the Super. Don't be a yet, and don't be a Pegana for. Yes, someone better for Montie, and I bet the mamma miss sell. But it's now bano, Domico Abignan. Your drivers know, or more exploit here too much. Yes, sir, but it's a big number of Abignan. And run a mecha, and then that I say.
Now, my may be cried, Yanka, Menomo pa. O man Fabian Bambe to her na yin I am for. What us? Okay, my mefa call away, Mebacho Marche.
Good morning, McDerry.
Yes, I eat you.
ABC, we can feel better.
Okay.
McDerry, Mepacho, Nidikan, in check a self-comma Jew Ashama, or call communication officer, Mepacho to Ashama for Manco on opposed because my young said, Joe Ashama, and Chama Ashama, you know, I could do whole world. And do not take Joe Pet as Ashama, when I touch a Joe, and to still maintain, and I was a call constitution organizer soon for Miss Salmon, not about Yawiza, not to boy my mamma. In Jack as a Abigail Elon, Masword, Mago, Macadansana, and a bisu, Yamisho, Papa, Michomna. Margary. Me patrol say ya kra nyema fi abrochireba di se me fa say emo ana bibisa okay me fa say emo na say emo no e bae no ene we asi na de nye pe na o say eduba bi ese ya etwetwe twa robe bi ade emo na say aba ebi to na ban hu say enye na say obani na say like obani say mo mu isu a me patrol boni ana enu che say
Oh, man, cut it. And the creditor, sir. Ma, young father's calling you, 0302257902 0302243540. Marche.
Champion McJerry.
Yes, I tell you, Marco.
Alopay, I'm asking the
account.
International chairman, you were honorable Watch Ejakon. The year of Chennai Masmudima and the party. And I'm in China and a key. And I am a godfather. Area for the contract. McJerry. Kakra Mecca and a penny said, the best threat is you are John Kamani Mahama. And I said, oh, how Ghana for El Kum, a car, I can bed you more, yeah, for car, for car, now you're how, almost point me a best year, not I know how many of them. The best threat, the budget not air balance. Say, young Beshe, never be a. I'm for bro count that Accra air capital town, Accra and Patemon, a year Accra, Takra, Kumas, cast no one kind of more yaba. Net it may for find my chair, Jumano, Pon, Kofi, Zubina car, Froco, Nade, will be a wine hand, but the ocean at the rate ya, Ofi, as in Accra Ecola Passa, Bofoka, Makumia, and I said, and Nayan Salakudu, and the amount for a call, how much Domiso Sale, Coso Domiso. Never slab as a Magari. A boy about a second of a major about to mean this album so am I.
because 24-hour economy no kasa all day pa na ejoba kunpa miensa ye se adwuma na ene ye hunu kuma sibe no how man Ghana no ma say you jondo mama say eye agenda 111 na abada na AC na most of the hospitals no abane wie ebu aya painti ebu aya bosso aye ne say get to us ma jeri aka hwirem before say abane sa agenda 111 na no general 24-hour market no go sit down but you say agenda 111 who hia o man say 24-hour market no go sit down because see market ni wie na kada fu ani ahoden o makoye mo sa market ni ma na market na wo see ne aso fa so ne ne we because agenda 111 no so de o ho say ba boy yo am ye nya bi akwaya hwe anya ya sa ama ye ho ya de be de aso ma ya pem ahwe busamu enkola na di ye na se nya ho de be de akwaya nya market ni de be sra ban no ana na fe ma je ni appointee the galamse who says Nigerian Kodayo. Illegal mining na ekoso Ghana magid ejede bro so absolutely. But me say NDC impay for the galamse na say NDC impay for the because Ghana for anka achu mi na say ya be impay for dum tim to so na mo na so o mo mtu na mo ma na ma ye so na say do how man do nyame nka ho.
Okay, me dan say na wo so wo dia wo de aba me ba okay. Maybe show you too.
Mageri, good morning.
Good morning.
Mageri, metia my brother Amaleba oh nyamen kano. Oya on fonye me number ho no frame. Unia. Ye me kan say, I am say sa kai sia aba ye kan wasem sa Twitter voice ya sema ye kan bebrebe wo mai mu no. Me de ye me ka tre me mpanyifo no say ba bi o mu hwe high seas na the mad drivers no accident me be cause for Ghana high seas na cause no enti me serew mpanyifo no mo ma dwen ko high seas no the pressure to drivers no for no so me pese me koba na me yese na me nya me seas nya de no so ka ho bi na accident no de cause so na de to so mi no MPP arrogant o mo de bebu o my way arrogant na ye ka hwe a o mo ntie no na de o mo ko opposition o won say NDC ministers na yifo ayi wo mo nyina mo bra mo ase President Mama, you two fuel my course or cabinet meeting. Or ye a quite be a befast or a bois, ye need to mum for no. A yet mum for the Emoba power, and to all what mum for no, and lay a friend governance you, and to your MP before, to Moa or more money come maminum. Naye mu or mine come, and for Momo. My dear, but that was the incoming time for Adenta, honorable bright, with you then, but that's near Mamoyan.
Maybe I also made us say. Me fa de ri ha ma chen.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, you.
Oh, Bama, you know some this town.
Yes, I pay on so mama.
Yeah, patro na ti say.
Me patro wan e ka say.
Yeah, wa ya. Ma ofisi kokko. ABC say. The feminina. Ya mi shira. Your friend Bama because I say I'm Malabar so I say Okasa to Usu no se bien so yam si so se bien o de
ana momo keka motifie na mo keka sense na ze say misuro ne sasen me misuro no for what reason so waka bibi na bia na ya adua na say as me misuro no mente the organize Masa me pacho obi antimi hune men ka asem no biem da for wanu twitwi form kra men ka asem no biem fa nkyere mo program so what me pacho e na waka wo person ka menya de me fa se kan twa ni ti ana menya de
okasa on pese obeka bi okasa on pese obeka
me pacho wasem ne sen
everybody hu yambo nya too much bye bye.
Wo ya nya twom kra che ho bia because kan wasem edipa na kan de asem no waka I said the we are winning men na wan no ya de wa de ana how much we say we de me ba cho mi ti o ma che
ma men kama tin ya na wa ko pon to kwa wa wo fa yi de ni mi ti awo ti fo na mi ja wa de la oyi a woni mrema kwa kan di a okọ national organizer ewo MPP mu be bi o bia no etia no owura boache ja ko ye party na duro no de ye ya papa wi a party na fedi be ko DC kura di wu abwache jakon eni obi a te delegate for no to mano na obedi party ni esi ho omo ma kenyina na professor sombo mbwate ta we fake bwache jakon ne original na no pe media akompre kon kwa mi Japan be bi obi a no me sia no sura se nya bobo ira e de man ma me koma sem so a na NDC for no na the omo bo mo zamna ni dodo e na ban papa ba aban papa ya wo be ndu na ne kufu ado yi se ya obedi ye akwan odi beti obi ani ye na na mo akon ekadite agenda 111 ya na mo akon e be kan mo aseri ebi wo ma ye wi je se wo ba wo to aso ya ban papa no na ga wo to aso ye wi no wa ma go fa kwa tin mu wo mu ye duma ya me die ya wo enya su tuma wo kwa wo na da forest ba ile mi dia wo me tie ya no me pe ya dia ye no ya to ba ye ne pa me wo na nkoko dika no aba papa ba no na ama edan na ka wire mu aba papa ba odi senki SHS na do dan kwadi ba ya na odi senki school CDP ya de ma wo mo ene dano de na me he e wo northern region no e bia ni e ja ma ngwala no nam kura na so ene dia won ni ye aba papa aba no no ene kokofo ene ya ene ade mi ba ko bi ku ene na e ma ro magari me kinga me kom bia bi o so mi wu bi bia se ye di koko e di nam ibia so market ene papa ni de nam fertilizer o de gu fertilizer bottom se de o sire obi man 22 cedis kura na ombando kepe yo de se momoni ene nkine ko man yire no e wo kura we ni aba papa aba no o so dia koko se koko crack ni so oni ska o de mano ene on do e kom bien ndi wodi nam e gada no wodi nam ibia fertilizer mu ene ogu de olonga na on ton 30 cedis on se be man e koko ni nyira no fertilizer na ogu no e man 20 cedis ene oni aba papa aba mo kiye mo nye maria mo nye mari na de mo ko ne de nya me no kura ni tan papa ko no na doso ye di 90 million e di ko dia o di sen kwan josa you de no man ni ku yu de na
yes one obi hwan na obi kro no
na and NDC what they say kwame aboja o se wan kwan ya o ye no munu ko ye
na obo krono no we he obo we what did mu fi ana mo ka bibia keke obo krono no we he that's it it's for me for cause be we yes and for one say ye me my won kwa na ma obi akasa sao ye chance pro ne dia to eye ye mpanyufo so aban sesa obehwe na nye nokre maka ka o me program so no ma bebre American ya me have been vindicated but still you go so ayeye and say ma ho kwan we our bokro no mo ba ba mu kra ye ho hwe o position na obi bokro no oba ba mu a o ho hwe why wa bokro ne akeka ansem basa tantantan ne de agu ya mpanfo ho fi wa bokro no wa kire ebia de we na krono no kra no obi anu wotumi obetima ka so obi abokro no apart from competent court of jurisdiction ayam sua de ya kire made no masua de kakra otu so obi di sika feza wa na obi abokro no hwan na wotumi so obeka to obi abokro no hwan ya MPP wa bem esembe na ndisi fu anka Dr. Baumia da bia meka haptel yese ne dia eno ode bokro no se na haptel no kwa Dr. Baumia ni moje se na Dr. Baumia gwa ni moje MPP for so opposition and also sa ye ka bibia e je se Ghana for mumu bi no mo se muntie enye moanwa se sofo obedina pulpit so na one nu kunu de omo ye ompem kro de ba be preach wo pulpit so na amafo bo mo se enye moanwa e kire the level of yemu bi ne ya dwen de etirim momo ya ntio ye ne anti politicians won be fire se sebe ye nim nyansa because won bubu ye se ha se ya na ya dwen ne te da bia ye mbie ya dwen ne mu sebe yemu bi ye se ye mbie ya dwen ne mu eti ye be kan sem ne saa ye de gu ho saa is to say ye be ma the strict proof e di na chire obi e complaining but nobody want to comply. Everybody is complaining. Nobody wants to comply. What's that? And that's it. Me didn't the McJerry say Agyeman. Me did see me va calls in the wow, friend, me that's it. And then Friday, you quite good the weekend. I mean, fine, kono for MBB Drew. Ebe ko so na ye adwuma de abo my Ghana ye nya adwuma de ebe ko so ye betere sa ye betene akopem se Ghana fo ye mu bi ye betimi ate no ma bi ase ye mu sa asem ne sei na ekọ ye nka nsem ya kan nsem watra na ye de agu ho nanado bay yes ye ne papa ma $25 million on fan penti ze na nya no kre besi e ne krata bia ma say nanado de $25 million e de man ba say onyu on fan penti wo yes JDM o wadan ewo Dubai besi e ne ye hu single room ba ko a eye JDM dia ya ma me Charlotte say Debbie, there's a sort of way. Yamami Jemensa, yes, Jemensa, ne MPP for Nakrana. Ne Jemensa, Abopo, on the doctors at the boss, mom, baby, bem, and this is for by ye. Me patron the evidence be by a tresse. Na Jemensa, no MPP for Nakrana. Me and me occupy your friend Joseph Yamiko, Fiebimu, Echo, Womudi, Camera di Womachi, Woman say, Jemensa and Crawford, Woma printed ballot papers. Edi akwako share Fiebimu, Besi and ne, Yachi di Pabacon, Mummy nyai sen no man yakafa and pay for Nenyefe. In some man no crania kika de affair and pay for near Jawoko. Yanusu at radio soon movie near Jamo, someone keka, Yedi and Yefia. And yaha. Wo buy your bet no. One tina na ya sasa some lady a good baller so. Mummy atitro many you. Yabeka some na have evidence bien when yakeka we yabo chrono with this car. Amanofona was say na paint is an almost be kan ye chire. Yo. Ye mo chire nhwe gullibility. You did the luxurious agyeman. Me call. Ola Michael come and take over. Atitro man ye ko anim. O man ya de o. Etini ye kwa abrochi kra na yaba. Ye kwa abrochi na ye ho kra besebese ye. Ye tibu kodi be 5 days wa abrochi na ase aba. Because money ye be show kra say come on. Brana be bo man ye titoro man no. Ye nko anim. Ye be gye ye pa. Hwe. Ye mo bi an ho kwan o. Ye be gye ye pa. Media Sadam Alexandri. Alexandri be studio assistant. Abena Frima Bankro. Or social media handler. Dr. Faradexen na executive producer. The general manager Kennedy Asante say Boni Chidom. Mo amutie yen. Mo amfre. Mo so a on texte. No no de wa ye din no ti radio na ti wo mo no mu hu. Ye beto abasa afo no so ne do so pa. Mo amfre de se kakra bi. Mo am text de se kakra bi. Na wo mo de wo ti a wa ye din no sa afo no. Wa ye din no hwe de ekọ. Na nyame na dom no tinkom na 4 years ne so na. Obe punish wan ho bedwuru. Ami sure bibia, mo bibia obi weekend wati. Ami ka obi bia.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Wo hade wapi ho. O ka sa batete eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up be baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know?
nice, natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Entertainment, you final. Entertainment, you final. Entertainment, you final.
Massacre Ola. Yeah. I'm thinking that if I'm not getting all of this, now meaning Kofu in Nako the same dungeon or Busam Jema. Now it's a Jimmy. You get it, because by the end of the day, we want to talk Accra once in a while for Uber. Now, when you go in now, copy the same dungeon. Hell no. It is there,
Don't go nowhere. This is Entertainment Jude.
The software to me, I shall draw a cash and would demonstrate at the puppet so I'm man and also H. Restire. China, you need to be the puppet.
Neat 100.9.
Opposite quoi? And a back. What did you sabre?
Ola, me promise you what you say me. Next time I'm able studio and say, maybe nobody gas coming. Open market on the wall. Next trip I'm able studio and say, now who say why you doing? Because I need me best.
Quality kesi we adua wadwen o sa adwen emre man fa adwen ntuo num na fa ase bom hwe na so wani amprusu ya
don't go nowhere.
Ghana Samuel
big video sika ne yere ejibi me na na ogapi manya bida me videos na me na kacha me kanya me atatro woni me sama no big ben hono de me kokopa ma chaw say e bi sibiem are you all right
Samuel?
This is Entertainment Jude on Neat 100.9.
I shut down the omo dini kese pa omo na chere say omo de incompetency pa no eso mo because omo trust na ye hwe na nyemeni see no odi ase na watwa mo ho abaye mo social authority. Who dare you?
You be from here, Charlie.
Ghana Samuel. Ghana Samuel.
Neat 100.9.
Me sanka nyame me na fie ni do me ma ka get ya producer